to defend their constitution, anything can happen. And
well,
this is not.
that sounds quite a bit worryingly.
Look, we are in a worryingly frightening situation. I told you I'm not here to repeat what you've been hearing. And I was prepared to come here. I have never had a criminal record. I love my peace. And I'm repeating that when the Nigerian people decide, Nigeria is theirs for the taking. And any fraudulently elected government is fair game for them. Nigerian people have the right, the constitutional right. As we speak now, DSS can go and interpret. They have lawyers there, police, IG, and they can go and interpret. The Nigerian people have that power. Not Obi or Atiku or anybody. Nigerian people have the power at any point in time to take their country. All they have to do, not even seek approval. They give notice.
It's interesting.
And listen.
Right.
You turn away the barrel of your guns, away from the Nigerian people, and point them at the enemies of Nigeria. This country belongs to Nigerians.
Well, you've made that point.
When Nigerians decide,
but
if they want to practice democracy,
right,
they will take this country. It has happened before. The military decided, they took Nigeria for so long, they fixed Nigeria and handed it back. Now, whoever thinks that the Supreme Court will give democracy from any courtroom, the way it appears now is mistaken.
It's interesting.
Nigerians have to go out.
Right, you've made that point.
Nigerians have to go out and democracy. And this is not a treasonable comment.
Right.
I am not a careless person. I have never.
So you've thought the things you're saying through.
I thought it through very, very well.
Well,
this is the Constitution is made by Nigerian people. The Supreme Court is a sub of one chapter that the Nigerian people constitutionally came out that we the people, and the same Constitution says that no person or groups of persons shall take over the governance of Nigeria or any part thereof except as prescribed by this Constitution. And go and read the Constitution of Nigeria. The serving Alhaji Tinubu Malam Shetima government breaches the Nigerian Constitution.
Right.
After watching and listening to Peter Obi granting a press conference in response to the shenanigan and the stupidity exhibited by the Supreme Court of Nigeria, I thought that was the high point. But in truth, the high point of the whole event was the interview granted to Arise TV by Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed. In fact, if you had watched that interview and you are not crying and you are not shedding tears, then your insensitivity to the progress of Nigeria is in question. I watched that interview and I fought very, very hard to hold back tears. I fought very, very hard to hold back tears. In fact, if I had loved Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed, my love now knows no bound. In fact, I was even far more taken in when he was asked about the appointment given to his brother, and he called his brother a reckless man. These are the type of people that will take any country forward. People who place their love for country above the love for self or love for family entanglement. Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed, this is a tribute to you. In fact, now I know that if you want to be made, go to the University of Maiduguri. I'm so. In fact, and to Nigerian youth, that man just tell Luna, he just indirectly give Una a message. If you are depending on Supreme Court, says is the last hope of the common man. Supreme Court does not have any hope. The hope of the common man is in the hand of the common man. That man, directly or indirectly, gave a message to the Nigerian people. If we sit back and just be looking back, we are the one tolerating all this nonsense. So I took my time. I was watching that. The man is fearless. These are the people we want. Appa. The man was outrightly fearless. Now, that is not to say Peter Obi is not fearless. So Peter Obi, you see, this combo, Peter Obi and Yusuf Datti, oh no, that combo is just too much. Peter Obi na the tortoise, the one with sense. If it was Peter Obi that went to RIC to say those exact same things where Yusuf Datti talk, I know that this country will be in fire right now. But they were wise. Okay, let me grant the press conference. Spoiler, go RIC TV, give them fire. Because I'm sure if it was Peter Obi that went to RIC TV to say those exact same things, that Yusuf Datti, see, my love for this, Yusuf Datti, in case you are, I know this video will get to you. You remember when you came to Jos, I sneaked my complimentary card into your hand. You didn't call me. Then I met you again in Gombe, on top of the stage. You still didn't recognize me. My name is Magnus Orakan. You remember Mamana of early 90s, Mamana, where they fry yam at commercials. This is the same me. I don't know, maybe age has changed my face. You don't know I'm the same one. You remember that comedian, that stand-up comedian way back in University of Maiduguri that does Bianca and Ojukwu joke. Bianca and Ojukwu joke that was the most celebrated comedian in University of Maiduguri. Now maybe this. Time has changed me, so there's the same me. Please, if you have a way, let's talk. Call me. Man, you are just too much. You guys are too much. Your combo between Peter Obi and you guys are too much. If you sit back, please, every Nigerian should go and watch that interview granted by Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed. He spoke to Nigerians. He spoke to you. He spoke to you, the youths. I know right now we are confused. We are dazed. We don't know what to do. For me, I'm not a small boy again. I don't pass aluta, but way back then, ask anybody who knows me. You see me like this. I'll be aluta continua. Victory is certain. But I don't get that juice in me again. If it were before, if I was just 15 years back, I will lead the charge. But I'm not. I know I'm not. I won't have my personal health challenges that I have to deal with. So I am happy. Even if I die like this, I'm happy that somebody like Peter Obi and Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed at least came. They tried. They won. He said they won the Nigerian election. They won it hands down, and that I agree. They won it hands down. But these people, these idiots, these criminals, these thieves, these irredentists, I beg, add your own if you can add it. Just sat back and decided to steal the will of the people and ensure that they come to power. And even though they've taken this power by force, they have nothing to offer. Can you imagine the depth of insensitivity that some idiots are introducing presidential yacht? You do you know what a yacht is? A yacht is just an instrument of pleasure. It's not as if yacht travels at a remarkable speed. Even a car, your ordinary kabu car, travels faster than a yacht. A yacht is just something of pleasure where you are driving on top of the ocean. You are cut out away from all the stress of poor people noise and this thing, with fantastic lights, champagne, just enjoy life. These are the things that your government is thinking of how to enjoy life. And the poor is being killed. The poor are suffering. The poor doesn't have food to eat. Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed, oh God. In fact, I was like, wow. I'm happy we attended the same University of Maiduguri. You've proven to the world that yes, we from University of Maiduguri, we get power, we get sense. And try to arrest that man. Try to arrest him. Just arrest him. Try it. Small. Just try arrest Yusuf Datti. Try and make you see. You know that this you know where your power ends. My name is Magnus Raka. Please, I beg, follow this page and share this post now. That Nigeria is indeed a comedy stage where we have politicians acting as comedians and in fact clowns. And for what it's worth, they are getting paid by our hard-earned taxpayers' money. If you think it's a time to laugh, certainly we are misplacing our priorities. Immediately after the world press briefing by Peter Obi and his displeasure on the Supreme Court, Tinubu and his camp replied him, asking Peter Obi to go and look for a vocational job. Bullseye. That's exactly the point. Job. What is Tinubu's job? What is Tinubu's job? We have gone to the Supreme Court. We have done everything for. Just tell us, what do you do for a living? At least we know Tinubu, Peter Obi's jobs. We know he has companies. We know he has shares in banks. So what exactly do you do? If we are going to parade Nigeria as a comedy stage for the rest of the world to look at us and laugh at, please, I am not among the audience. And we certainly believe that we will definitely get this country back. It's just a matter of time. Not too long a time anyway. Just a matter of time. I look at every Tinubu supporter as the biggest clown, as the most jobless set of human beings on the surface of this world. People who for some reason I think they are onto some type of drug that cannot be explained. Imagine the guy, that other guy who came to Arise TV, and they were asking you questions that you came to represent, you misrepresent the facts. That subsidy, he said subsidy has not been removed, that Tinubu never claimed to have removed subsidy. And before you knew it, he because he wanted to avoid the question, turned the whole simple conversation into an argument and a fracas. More or less like a ruckus, if I must add. Nigeria cannot continue with this set of clowns. We must find a way to remove them. I stand firmly with Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed on his stand on Arise TV. I'm not saying do anything rash, but I stand with whatever insinuation those words meant. The truth here is this. Thank God there are no separate markets for Muslims and Christians in Nigeria. There are no separate markets for Labour Party supporters and APC supporters. We all feel the same hurt. We all feel the same pains. If we continue like this and we think it is okay, well, let's continue. But for me, I cannot accept a country where I have no pride in it. As it is right now, as a Nigerian, I can't say I'm proud to be one. Because while we struggle to give a good name for Nigeria, some are bent on tagging our names, our country with different names. A country with a president that has no certificate, a country with a president that has questionable characters in terms of drugs, a country with a president that has completely derailed every human sense that belongs to Nigeria. It appears suddenly in this administration, all the evil Yoruba people suddenly just sprang up from nowhere and they are making themselves known, attending interviews and making a caricature of themselves. Now, I'm not going to ascribe this realization to all Yorubas because I've met some very fantastic, beautiful Yorubas. But these sets that have reared themselves up, I just believe that no matter how you think you are stronger or you think you are wallowing in the victory of your mischief, certainly there's a superior being. There's a God that will humble all of you. This is not the first time that tyrants have been humbled by a supreme being. Yes, you have won the Supreme Court, but can you win the supreme being? Can you win God? Only time will tell. My name is Magnus Oraka. Please follow this page and share this post now.
Labour Party candidate in the 2023 presidential election, Peter Obi, is advocating a return to the parliamentary system of government and a single term of 5 years for the president over the next 30 years. Reacting to the Supreme Court judgment that affirmed Bola Tinubu winner of the February 25th presidential election, Obi accused the Supreme Court of breaching Nigeria's constitution and eroding citizens' trust in the judiciary. Arise correspondent Chinasa Samuel reports.
More than a week after Nigeria's highest court, the Supreme Court, upheld the earlier ruling of the Presidential Elections Petition Tribunal, affirming Bola Tinubu as the winner of the 2023 presidential election. Labour Party's Peter Obi, alongside his running mate, Datti Ahmed, and other party stalwarts are formally addressing the media on the matter.
Please, another round of applause for His Excellency. Thank you.
Displeased by the ruling, Obi accuses the Apex Court of ignoring evidence and abandoning its responsibility as a court of law and policy. He says the court willfully condoned breaches to the Nigerian constitution. Even the electoral body INEC is not spared, as Obi says INEC displayed incompetence in the conduct of the election.
This judgment amounts to a breach of confidence of Nigerians have in our judiciary. INEC displayed incompetence in the conduct of its statutory duties. The judiciary has largely acted in defiance of the constitutional tenets, precedents, and established ground rules.
Just like his counterpart in the opposition People's Democratic Party, Obi is now advocating for restructuring of Nigeria's governance and political system. He says a reform of the constitution for a 5-year tenure on a rotational basis will allow more interaction between citizens and their leaders.
If we cannot go back to the issue of parliamentary democracy, we must have a quasi system that will allow our leaders elected, whether prime minister or president, to be able to be part of the legislation, especially to answer questions.
Despite the verdict, Obi assures his supporters that the quest for a new Nigeria has not ended. He says the Labour Party and the Obedient Movement will now be effective in opposition, offering the checks and balances required for functional democracy.
Going forward, we in Labour Party and the Obedient Movement are now effectively in opposition. Our mission has been more about anchoring a new Nigeria, and it remains unchanged.
On the controversial presidential yacht and the SUVs for lawmakers, the LP flag bearer says his administration would have done different. He accuses the Tinubu administration of being uncaring and insensitive to the plight of Nigerians.
If we were in office, nobody would have contemplated such. And that's where we want to go from.
With the Supreme Court judgment putting an end to the legal battle on the outcome of the 2023 presidential election, Nigerians look forward to the next general elections. The spotlight will now be on how the National Assembly reacts to the constitutional changes being recommended. Chinaza Samuel, Arise News.
Meanwhile, in a reaction, the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Baron Onuga, says Obi, who was a beneficiary of the Supreme Court judgment in the past, contradicted himself by criticizing the same court because his judgment did not go his way. He accused Obi of making false allegations of rigging and other electoral malpractice which he could not provide evidence for to back up at both court of first instance and the Apex Court. Onuga welcomes Obi and his party to play the role of opposition and start preparing for another shot at the presidency in 2027. In another reaction, National Publicity Secretary of the All Progressive Congress, Felix Morka, accused Peter Obi of having an arrogant sense of entitlement. He said Obi is confused by the mass hysteria of his vociferous netizens and fringe supporters. Dr. Datti?
Okay, let me.
Birthday once again.
Yes, thank you. Let me start with the reactions. There have been reactions from the presidency and also the party. First, past. Always say, oh, public opinion, this thing go round. After as special advisor to reform.
Public opinion does.
Big debate. Rather than all this name calling him copycat, calling him, no. You can't beat a child and expect him not to cry.
Okay, so a couple of things. Mr. Peter Obi took our time to respond to all that had happened, the Supreme Court ruling, and he has every right to. And he talked about the need for public opinion. And I must have to reiterate,
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I'm going to come back to this, but I have something to say before we move on. I appreciate you all, my people. It's good to be back here again. Today is Tuesday, 7th November, 2023. Thank people. Press on the like button and help us to share. God bless you all.
Opinion does matter in society because it's an agglomeration of public opinion that forms what makes society law and its own morality. If public opinion doesn't matter, all right, when there was a bill pushed for homosexuality in this country, public opinion refused it because that's not our society. Even the electoral law we have today is an offshoot of public opinion. Public opinion is so important that the ground norm, our constitution, says we the people. Why didn't it say we the drafters? So that's the power of public opinion. And Peter Obi enunciated that yesterday. Talked about the fact that he will be in opposition. What opposition should do is create solutions. So what I expect from the Labour Party now is every sector of the national economy, anything that happens, give a robust response. Take, for instance, the Naira situation. What would the Labour Party have done? So I want to see more articles as regards this. And that's what brings me to the issue of why I'm going to call Mr. Peter Obi out this morning. And I'm going to disagree with him. Mr. Peter Obi, you are disagreeing with the president as regards the yacht, which I condemn, the 5 billion. But how about your own Labour Party lawmakers? Why can't they reject that 160 million for the cars? Because if Labour Party was touted as something new, as different, you need to be able to stay with the people. And the people, public opinion, is against that 160 million. So if you're going to tell your Labour Party lawmakers or your Labour Party senators to reject it, it's the best you do it now. Also, it's time for us now to go back to the National Assembly. And these are some of the things lawmakers must push. Let's fine-tune the electoral law properly. We need to be able to know, are those guidelines laws? Can we codify them? Can we make all of those amends to the things that blighted the last elections once and for all? Can those reforms, as been stated in the waste panel, start to take effect? Can we actually push to a certain extent now that the president will not be the one to nominate the next INEC chief? Before you know it, anytime soon, the president might choose to nominate a new INEC person. But the president should not be nominating the INEC chief because of bias. That's what the waste report said over 15 years ago. And that's why when Mr. Jega was saying it, I said, Professor Jega was saying it, I said, it's been said before, it's in the waste report. And he alluded to that fact. Can we also rejig INEC? Can we make INEC more accountable? Can we fix our electoral system within the next 4 years? Those are the kind of things opposition should do and make a lot of noise about. The APC reacting, yes, they'll react. They take a shot at Peter Obi and all of that. But that does not remove from all the matters that have been put on ground by Peter Obi, which he made very pertinent points for. And I must repeat, talking about the presidential rotation, in the first place, why should the presidency even be this powerful? We had regionalism that worked for us back in the days. We had the Midwest region, the Southern region, the Western region, and all of that. And these people grew, and these regions, beg your pardon, grew at their own pace at that time. And that's what we've been talking about when we were talking about restructuring. This same APC, led by El Rufai, had a committee set up for restructuring. What's the result of that committee? What's the result of the confab report? So today it's not been implemented. So we need to now talk about how Nigeria will run over the next 4 years, because if we don't get those things right, we'll just rigmarole to the next electoral process. And when we rigmarole to the next electoral process, we continue the mistakes we've constantly made. And those are the things I believe opposition should do. And people like Peter Obi and Waziri Atiku Abubakar should start pushing. And that's why we have robust opposition. Like I argued before, I am not saying, and a lot of people misconstrued me because people know how to misconstrue what people say. I am not saying that opposition parties should be paid to be in opposition, but I'm saying that for the importance of what the role opposition play in every society, climes like the UK even pay their opposition leaders. That was just to enunciate the importance of the opposition. So ideas, this is when we want flourishing ideas. This one want good logic. This one want article upon article, tackling the things government are done wrong, and also praising them when they do well. And that's objectivity of opposition, because in the end, we want this country to work. And that's all we crave for.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. That is Rufai, right? The submission over Mr. Peter Obi's press conference. Now, I want you guys to listen to this video as well, you know, and because for those of you that are going to be joining us, let me post out a link now because it looks like it's taking too long before these people do what they know how to do to themselves. Okay, I've posted out a link. Click on that in case you want to join us on the panel and join us here. God bless you all, my people. For those of you that are just coming in now, appreciate every one of you right there. Gift Awanfo and many others. Rosia Yosh and many, many more. Madam Ahmed Bright, I can see you as well. Buka John Oga, Faith Wilfred, and many others. Now God will bless you now. Okay, let's listen to what Rufai have to say here over Datti's Ahmed interview.
Calling for his arrest because him not acknowledging the president as his president should invoke some sanctions. What do you have to say? Did you watch the interview? You heard about it?
So I didn't watch the interview because from about 6 p.m. yesterday to about 10 o'clock, I was on a warship. Funny story.
A warship?
Yes. So my friend, the Spanish ambassador, invited me for a ceremony on a warship, a Spanish warship, BAM Tornado, that docked at the Lagos ports. So I was there all through.
Yeah.
I didn't watch, but people told me about it. But I think Mr. Datti should be careful. And I think also these are part of the things that criticized Mr. Obi and the Labour Party for. You remember the last brouhaha Mr. Datti caused?
Mm-hmm.
Even as regards NSAS, which is unforgivable and unpardonable. But now, if the Labour Party is wise, your PR team, whatever it is, should be able to work with Mr. Datti or call him to order. And if he's not emotionally mature enough for interviews, he should just keep it on the low. What I expect people like Mr. Datti to talk about yesterday, after that speech, is to take every sector of the economy and give flourishing ideas as regards how we can reform them and start to project forward, while also stating your point that there's a need for public opinion, there's a need for reform in our judiciary system. Not this, caustic talk and all of that. Because see, when you are in opposition, the question is, what are the ideas you have? The world is run by the quality of ideas. So if you have not given those ideas and you are just saying otherwise and saying things to heat up things, no, you don't do that. So that's what I expected him to have done. So I think the Labour Party PR team should call him to order. But I was also convinced, I had not watched the conversation, but I got a lot of messages as regards the conversation. This I'm just saying is based on the antecedents that I know. The other one that I knew properly, that interview that he denied pretty much of some of the happenings at NSAS. And I took him up on that many times. And if I get a chance to interview Mr. Datti today, I'm going to press him on those facts.
Yeah. And some people are even calling for his arrest.
Okay, that was Rufai. Speaking on a different ground. So I would like you all to talk on this later on. Thank you very much, moderator, for coming in. Good evening to you. Thank you, Tony Amaduka. Okay, I can see you guys are responding, reacting already. Okay, I don't want to say anything. But unfortunately that Twitter is on, in fact, every other social media platform right now is on fire because of that statement. But for me, my comment is not going to be on it. For those of you that will join us later, you can talk on that. But meanwhile, let's quickly listen to audio, then we'll take it from here.
All right, well, let's continue on what's trending then. with reactions trailing the press conference organized by the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, who stated, among several points, that the judgment of the Supreme Court that upheld the victory of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has damaged the confidence that Nigerians have in the judiciary. Peter Obi spoke in Abuja on Monday, 10 days after the Supreme Court of Nigeria affirmed Tinubu as Nigeria's president. Addressing the press, Peter Obi condemned the Independent National Electoral Commission, saying the commission displayed incompetence during the elections. Obi thanked Nigerians who supported the Labour Party and described the movement of the party as a revolution postponed.
This judgment amounts to a breach of confidence of Nigerians have in our judiciary. However, this end is only another beginning of our quest for vindication of hope of the common man for a better Nigeria. This year, 2023, has been quite remarkable and revealing. INEC displayed incompetence in the conduct of its statutory duties. It has one thing that has gladdened my heart in course of the struggle in the past 18 months. It is the passionate desire of our people, especially young Nigerians from across ethnic and religious divides, to construct a new and restructured Nigeria that will work for all Nigerians. The energy and dedication of Nigerian youth and obedient movement have been simply amazing. Going forward, we in Labour Party and the obedient movement are now effectively in opposition. We are glad that the nation has heard us loud and clear. We shall now expand the confines of our message of hope to the rest of the country.
Well, the presidency, in reacting to Peter Obi's press conference, stated that Obi should find another worthwhile vocation and stop casting aspersions on the integrity of the justices of the Supreme Court for affirming Tinubu as winner of the February 25th election. Bayo Ononuga, the president's special advisor on information and strategy, in a post on X, accused Peter Obi of being delusional to believe that he could have won a national election where he ran a divisive and polarizing campaign. His statement reads in part: at the press conference where he tried in vain to gaslight Nigerians with false claims and innuendos, Mr. Obi contradicted himself. Here was a beneficiary of judicial pronouncements in the past, now castigating the Supreme Court because its judgment did not go his way. He made false allegations of rigging and other electoral malpractices, yet could not produce any evidence to back up his claims at both the Court of First Instance and the Apex Court. We expected the Labour Party candidate to know that the Supreme Court or any other court does not give judgment based on public opinion and mob sentiments. Judicial pronouncements are based on evidence, precedents, and the rule of law. Obi should have congratulated President Tinubu for his victory and pledged his support in the spirit of statesmanship. But instead, he brought up extraneous matters that he thought the Apex Court should have considered to declare him the winner. In our view, the drowning Obi, just like Atiku, was merely attempting to hold on to a straw in raking up new allegations which exist only in his imagination and that of his hordes of supporters. Well, of course, you know, Rufai, Peter Obi has a lot of supporters, and they went after Bayo Ononuga on this tweet. I got a lot of reactions, people just attacking Bayo Ononuga's tweets. Some people were even saying, I mean, what sort of campaign did you guys even run? What were your messages? Let me just take one tweet. The State House should rather quit from agonizing over this World Press Conference. They should rather focus on the message and leave the messenger alone. He raised quite some pertinent issues that if the State House was sincere and people enthroned would have taken cognizance of. Issues like why we allocated such ridiculous amount of money to the office of the First Lady, an office that has no constitutional representation. But no, as always, the State House has left matters of significant prominence to start raving over the love Nigerians have for the messenger and his message. More like the opposition. Again, stop the agonizing, focus on the message. I mean, there was a word there that I couldn't use, but but that's basically what it is. Agonizing over, somebody who has a right to actually speak against what he believes in at this point.
So, I mean, Mr. Peter Obi has 100% every right to speak against, the electoral system.
Yeah.
And he just enunciated at this point, and he said many things there. And the reaction by Mr. Bayo Onanuga was just missing the point and unnecessary. I mean, if you're attacking him, attacking his supporters. But we can also flip the script and remind Mr. Bayo Onanuga how he started ethnic baiting.
And that thing you just said is correct, because he made that mention of that.
This was the same Mr. Bayo Onanuga that wrote after the elections. He said this should be the last time people from a certain ethnic group that have been in Lagos for tens of years should never, I was talking to the Igbo, should never participate in the election. Mr. Bayo Onanuga said all sorts of things that were very, very bad. I know they do competition.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. These guys are trying to stop us from our job here, but we'll continue to do what we're doing. That's fine. Let's move on. Let me quickly take some reactions so that we can start talking. I can see we have Dr. Aruna with us and on the screen. So let me quickly take this reaction so that I can start hearing from the people. We have Madam Edith with us, and Madam Ahmed with us as well, and many others. Good evening to every one of you right there. If you're just joining us, good evening to you all. Please press on the like button and help us to share. Thank you very much, Lady Genia, for the support. I appreciate you always. Thank you, Grace. I can see right there, Tony Amaduke, Enoma, Nosahare, Dr. Alessandra Gomez. Thank you very much, sir. May God bless you. Thank you for all you do. And Moderator, thank you once again. I appreciate you all, guys. Press on the like button and let us do this together. Okay. Onanuga's statements. I would like to quickly read some part of it, but I'm not going to take all of them again since, it's already circulating out there before I'll take reactions to it. Okay. To be honest, okay, let's take this first. I don't want to run more than my shadow. Okay, as you can see right there, that is coming from Bayo Onanuga. It's a State House press statement. Peter Obi should find better vacation instead of casting aspersion on the judiciary. Labour Party presidential candidate in the last election, Mr. Peter Obi, addressed a press conference just like Atiku Abubakar, where he cast aspersions on the Supreme Court and the Independent National Electoral Commission for not declaring him the winner of the February 25th, 2023 election. We are at a loss as to how the copycat Obi and his faction of Labour Party convinced themselves they won an election in which they came a distant third. Now, Onanuga they talk, so then they went on because a lot of obedient reacted to all these statements. It went on. The grand delusion that made Mr. Obi believe he could have won a national election where he ran the most hateful, divisive, and polarizing campaign that pitched Christians against Muslims and one ethnic group against the other in a multi-ethnic and multi-religious society like Nigeria should be a matter for deeper examination. Then he went on at a press conference where he tried in vain to gaslight Nigerians with false claims and innuendos. Mr. Obi contradicted himself. Here was a beneficiary of judiciary pronouncement in the past, now castigating the same court because his judgment did not go his way. Mr. Obi claimed the Supreme Court justice didn't consider public opinion in delivering what has been applauded as a most profound judgment in an election appeal where the Labour Party candidate presented the most weighty and unreasonable petition before the courts in the history of electoral cases in Nigeria. Then he went on by saying He made false allegations of ringing and other electoral malpractices, yet could not produce any evidence to back up his claims at both the Court of First Instances and at the Apex Court. In a failed effort to mobilize and retain the support of his supporters, Obi gave them a fallen hope that he won the election and would prove it before the courts. Throughout the trial, his lawyers didn't present any alternative result different from the result INEC uploaded on the IRF portal and the one signed by all the party agents from the 176,000 polling units. We wonder how the Labour Party candidate expected the court to do justice on the basis of rumors, lies, false narrative by sponsored partisans and fanatical members of his obedient movement. We expected the Labour Party candidate to know that the Supreme Court or any other court does not give judgment based on public opinion, and mob sentiment, judicial pronouncement are based on evidences, precedents, and the rule of law. Then we have two to go. Then he went on, having admitted that the Supreme Court ruling brought an end to the litigation and any challenge to the bona fide of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the validly elected leader of the Nigeria Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Obi should have congratulated President Tinubu for his victory and pledged his support in the spirit of statesmanship. But instead, he brought up extraneous matters that he thought the Apex Court should have considered to declare him the winner. In our view, the drowning Obi, when they get all those words right, the drowning Obi, just like Atiku, was merely attempting to hold onto a straw in raking up new allegations which exist only in his imagination, that of his hurdles of supporters. Our admonition to Mr. Peter Obi is to find another worthwhile vocation to engage his time henceforth. Having been rejected by majority of Nigerians, Mona get that one right, to rejected by majority of Nigerians who didn't consider him qualified to lead our country. Then the final note here, Nigerians rejected Peter Obi and his demogatory at the poll because he presents future danger to the peace, progress, and stability of our country. These are very, very, very strong statement right here. Let me move on. Obi antecedent as governor of Anambra State for 8 years didn't inspire any confidence as someone capable of running a country like Nigeria. No tangible record of achievement in the state he governed recommended him for the presidency of Nigeria. If Mr. Peter Obi truly believes in Nigeria, the time to prove it is now, when all men and women of goodwill are rallying support for the President Tinubu in his determination to lead a new era of prosperity, inclusive governance, and economic growth in Nigeria. I wish I know these Nigerians that are rallying for Tinubu. I wish I know them, because as far as I'm concerned, anyway, let me move on. Finally, we welcome Obi and his party to play the role of the opposition and start to preparing for another shot at the presidency in 2027. We hope by then he would campaign on issues and not whip up religious ethnic sentiment as he did in the last campaign. Bayo Anonuga, special advisor to the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, maybe that. But then people have responded. Then we have the first person who just Chima saying talk is cheap. Then we have farmers of thought. If you arrest Yusuf Datti Ahmed, be ready to arrest every other of us, I mean everyone that prison no go fit contain Nigerians. Okay, this one is actually going with there's a statement. Okay, this one is going with this statement there. Okay, this one is coming with this. A report has come to our notice indicating that some paid individuals are now calling on the DSS to arrest Dr. Datti Ahmed. Kindly note that any arrest of Datti Ahmed or His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi set Nigeria ablaze, which you might not put off. Tinubu is still seeking for legitimacy from Nigerians, which he will not get. Then more reactions go on with the both article that I've read. Immortal said, all of you should just shut up your mouth and keep quiet. You all are so quick to run to X and be writing long paragraphs with zero balls to take actions when it's needed. If he gets arrested, you all will do nothing. Election was stolen in front of you all, and you guys did nothing. Okay, you know why I brought this here? I personally choose this here because whenever my manager sent me lots of comments, I select the ones I want to showcase. This particular one, Nigerians, I will continue though, but Nigerians, you know, we are very good in emphasizing, ranting, talking and all that, which is, you know, talking is good, fine. But remember saying that this talk. Now Nigerians talk, they can't arrest Nnamdi Kanu. Nigerians, everybody can't enter house. Now this talk, everybody talk, they can't arrest Sunday Igbohu. Nigerians, everybody enter house. Nigeria talk. They arrest Sowore, they lock him for Abuja for more than 2 years, no movement. He was just only in Abuja there, Nigerians enter house. So now, this comment here on the screen, I don't know if you yourself can digest what this Immortal is trying to say. You know, okay, arrest Datti, arrest Peter Obi, una go see what they find. God forbid, may this thing not happen. How many of you will really be there for them? This is what this comment means. So let's move on. Then we have Ben Samuel. 2 questions for you, sir. This is directly to Ananuga. What issue did you campaign on during the selection process, apart from dancing to Kwam, one song at campaign, event loaded with unlimited gaffes? What have you brought upon the masses in the last 6 months, apart from hardship, pain, and suffering? Then we have another reaction here going on from Kolade Kayode. Then Kayode say Agbaya. I don't know what he mean, Agbaya Oni Oro. I don't know what he mean. Our people go analyze that one later on. Then he went on, anywhere belle face. Use your time to tell us about your paymaster, the drug lord, certificate forger, identity thief, and election rigger. You snatched it, grabbed it, but what is stopping you from running away with it? Question. Tinubu not my president, period. And so Kayode, Kolade, Tokam. Then I move on. I have Brother Betts. Brother Betts said, if this address had stopped at being on state housing, it would have been easier to condone. But advancing to idiotic level is a great embarrassment to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In any case, it is not surprising to any right-thinking person anywhere on earth that has been following the event of Nigeria 2023 presidential election, because everyone knows the situation Nigeria is in at the moment. Mad people are in charge of asylum. That is coming from Brother Betts. Then I have another person here from Virginia, Chaibo. You are by far older than Peter Obi, but you have chosen to be useless and irrelevant to young generation and those of your children, grandchildren, children. You should be ashamed of yourself in this life. And the next, although it plenty, but we just select only a few we'll go bring. Then we have Sheshe Zedubu said, Let them try and see. Shebi them demand. Let them try and see. Peter Obi and Datti Ahmed are our president and vice president, respectively. Then we have 3 to go. Jesus is the only way. In talk and say, they have taken Nigerians for granted for long. If they try this, they will know the difference between June and July. Okay. Why we have another person here? I'm loving that Nigeria of my dreams. Okay, Nabi Nemo. He can talk and say they won't even try it. They know that Nigerians youth have become like a keg of gunpowder right now, looking for the tiniest spark to do what should have been done since February 2023. Then, second to the last, St. Sam. Any attempt to arrest Baba Datti Ahmed will be resisted by all means necessary. This Nigeria belongs to all of us, not the Supreme Court. Why the last person here is saying, Asiwaju of Akoko. Was Nigeria ablaze when MKO was picked up? Or when your Nnamdi Kanu was picked? Neither was the country ablaze when Sunday Igboho was picked up. They both would be picked up and nothing will happen. Okay. My people, that is it right now. I appreciate every one of you. May God bless you all. That is all I have for you today. A lot of people reacted to Ananuga's statement to Mr. Peter Obi, or describing Mr. Peter Obi. You see, listen, guys, before I call on the first person to speak to us, Una say Ananuga from beginning to the end, he did not mention Datti Ahmed or talk down on Datti Ahmed. Peter Obi only just came for a press conference. Peter Obi did not offend anybody. He was very, very articulate. He was very, very professional. Then Datti Ahmed came, bozak, boza. Then you are seeing Ananuga right now cannot even mention Datti Ahmed's name and is now attacking Peter Obi. That is the area where I don't understand. To be honest, is it true that now Hausa people now get Nigeria? Or Fulani people? I don't know. Because it looks like there's kind of sentiment that is going on in Nigeria. Because I was expecting Ananuga to address, or any of APC people to address Datti Ahmed. Till now, I don't know whether I don't see anybody don't attack him or nobody. But everybody is attacking Peter Obi. How? Now Peter Obi now he can't give that interview last night. Oh, that means if it was the other way around, Peter Obi would have been picked right there at the studio of Arise straight away. Wow. Okay, let me call on Dr. Aruna. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. Good evening to you, sir. Thank you. To be honest, this is the first time I'm hearing from you here since the judgment of Supreme Court. Please, sir, take us through. Talk to us, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, sir. It's good to have you here.
Great. I'm happy you're still on fire.
Thank you, sir.
We're not giving up on our nation. We don't have another nation to call our motherland.
Exactly.
So we have to do what we have to do. With what bio, I mean, when somebody is being paid to do what he's doing, so I'm not surprised by what they are saying. And so sometimes it's like almost a waste to even go and start analyzing them, because those people are just living up to, they have to satisfy the one who paid them to do what they are doing, because he knows himself that all the things he's saying don't carry water. Because, I mean, to say that Obi could not prove, all the irregularities that were there. It's a broad, in fact, Nigerians should ask themselves, till now, we're waiting to see the Nigerians that voted for this thief Nobu come out and celebrate his victory, celebrate the election victory, celebrate the the swearing in, celebrate the judgment with Justice Samani, then celebrate this current one that just passed. So there's nobody that's celebrating. It's only a case of Nigerians are they have suffered so much, and many of them are not afraid to, they are afraid to die because they know that these rogues will do everything. I mean, if they killed hello?
Hello, okay, you are back now.
Yeah, if they killed innocent young people to protect his business, where, that's at the toll gate, now that he's so-called commander-in-chief, he will command the army, command the police to kill innocent Nigerians, because Tinubu, just to protect his own, whatever is his estate, he does, human beings to him, they are just like animals. As long as he will get what he's looking for. Then he has surrounded himself with like-minded people. Some of them were the ones that, he used when he was in Lagos, and he's using some of them now. So we should not be surprised. In fact, we're going to have more from such people coming out to speak. Because I was just watching and listening to Peter Obi. It's fine. In a way, I wasn't really very happy, because I felt he should have thrown the punches more, serious and leave it.
But don't you think they would have arrested him if he did?
Okay. Let me say this. The Showore is different. Igboho is different. Nnamdi Kanu is different to Peter Obi. Peter Obi is a national figure now. It's accepted in the north and in the south, everywhere. So the people did not go out to do anything because of Peter Obi's temperament. He calmed them down. He said he believed in the rule of law. He said it did him that they were fair to him. There was justice when he was governor. If Peter Obi, I'm not saying tell people go pick up arms or blow buildings or kill anyone, just saying we refuse this, and if you know you voted for me, peacefully go out and let it be known. The thing is that Atiku went out with a crowd. Did Obi go out? So now, to me, I feel like his temperament is part of the reason. Yes, I know they're looking for him, but that would have been the trigger. If they have touched Obi, you will see those of us from the north that stuck our necks out and were ready to even be on the chopping board for him. You see, this false belief that northerners were not for Obi. See what happened in Bauchi. See what happened in Gombe. See what happened in Plateau. See what happened in Kaduna. And so people come in and say, no, northerners were not for him. If something happens, northerners will just fold their arms and let Obi be arrested. It's a lie. Do you know that northerners, when it comes to defending what they believe is their right, they are more vicious. And you can hear it in Datti's voice. Because a northerner is ruthless even if they are wrong, even if they feel the injustice, even if it's not a proven injustice, the way they will go about it is more militant. So Peter Obi's calmness, while I celebrate it, we can't change him. That's who he is. But anybody's thinking that they will immediately arrest. See, they are looking, they know it's difficult to arrest Obi. They know it would mess their government. That's why they will not try it. Because if it's a matter of arresting, they've arrested people without even any proof. They cooked up lies and arrested people. So if they are to arrest, they should have arrested somebody like, what's her name, Aisha. Aisha till now is saying that's not her president. She's calling him a thief. She's calling him a drug baron, calling him every kind of name that you know. Is Aisha originally from the north? She just was born there and lived there. So my take is this: whatever people like Bayo are speaking or talking, it's almost like a mad person talking on the street that we should not bother. Let's go to better things. So if we are to analyze, I would say, talking about Datti, I was with this person. He got me on a show to speak. Obi was to be on that show, but he had other things and couldn't go. So Dr. Damages called me to be on that show, and there I was being interviewed. People were asking questions. And I said something that sounded controversial, and somebody said, I said, if the reverse was the case, if Datti was the principal and Obi was the vice, we will not be where we are now.
I believe that.
So, and somebody got offended and asked me straight and said, are you saying that because you're a northerner and he's from your state, and so you preferred him? I said, at all, nothing close to that. I'm just saying, based on the way they are, I said, Datti has been quiet because he's too angry to speak. He already said he doesn't trust the judiciary from day one. He said, swear in Tinubu, you have ended democracy. And so even the interview that he just did now, you can see that this man, even though he knows there's already a so-called sitting president, but he did not meet his words. He still came out strong, in fact, stronger than he did before, when you would think somebody should be scared for his life. So it's not necessarily because he's from the north or he is Fulani. That is Datti for you. Datti is a fighter. Datti is almost like Obi, but on a person that is like somebody that's fighting to release himself from outright slavery, and he's saying, I'm not going to take it. So that's why Datti is doing, and what he's doing. Peter Obi, if Datti was the one that gave that speech, or maybe was a co-writer of that speech, it would have been completely different. So I would say, to me, as far as I'm concerned, I was very happy when Datti spoke, because that is what we need for the way forward. This idea of accepting Tinubu with what they have done in these 6 months, there will be no Nigeria in 2027 if we just keep quiet. So he said that it is only a revolution postponed, but as for happening, it will happen. You notice he did not want to make any reference to joining this government and working with them or looking forward to the next election, because to him, these things can still, something will still happen. So to me, I think that if we're going forward, people like me, we're still believing that something will still happen, and it's not going to be necessarily with Obi or Datti. It has to be Nigerians deciding. We are not prepared to suffer another 4 years. These people don't mean well. And that's why they will use people like Bayo and Nanuga to come and do what they are doing. And he's not the only one. Many are going to come out and do it. So we Nigerians have to stand up and fight. No, if they try arresting, what is his name, Datti, then that's when you will know, or let's even say Peter Obi. Then we may now think, okay, yeah, the thing that you arrest Obi, nothing will happen because Sowore was in jail, this person was in jail. Sowore was almost like a lone fighter. He didn't have a large movement. He's just an individual fighting. That's why he's not prepared to work with the others. Now, you talk about Igboho. He was fighting for the Yoruba nation, and many of the Yorubas were not supporting him. And then you talk about Kanu. There are also other issues related to Kanu, which is more sectional. But Peter Obi now is not a sectional leader, which Bio is talking as if he's divisive. Now, if Peter Obi had his own running mate, a Muslim, a Fulani, and then he, Obi, is Christian, but that means he's inclusive. He's thinking about Nigeria, but he's blaming Peter Obi of running a divisive this thing, and that is bringing religion. Meanwhile, they did Muslim ticket. Nigerians did not pick up arms against them, and he has the mouth to even come out instead of being quiet as it has to do with that area or that aspect. He is accusing Peter Obi of what they fraudulently did to make sure, because they wanted the northern votes, wanted the Muslim votes, because of the belief that you can never be president without the hardcore North support. And they told him, if you want to be president, these are the conditions. And El Rufai are among the people that brought the idea of Muslim. So to me, Elvis, this fight just began. Even though I already knew that the court case was going to be the way it was, because they have been paid. And they are talking about justice or the law the court declared. How can you tell me that the court has declared? Meanwhile, they know they paid the judges. 7 justices will come and say the same thing, just like somebody that has been beaten, and or somebody standing behind and is holding a gun and say, when you go there, I'm watching you, what you will say. If you speak anything contrary, the gun is coming. And that person, that's why all of them just said whatever the lead justice said, they are supporting that. And it sounded like it's a kindergarten school. It didn't sound like judges, what was happening. But they are still trying to defend something that cannot be defended. There's no way. I mean, I want to see the picture or the video where some Nigerians were throwing a party to celebrate the Tinubu's win or his victory, so-called victory in the Supreme Court. There's none. We haven't seen it. It was Asare Dokubo it was a tout that came out with his people from the south to do what he did. But now he's already angry. So I'm telling you, going forward, we should only be talking.
When you said the fight just begun, how? Because do you think there's still hope in taking this country back before 2027?
It is very possible. The power of the masses, the people, they are the ones. They knew they voted for Obi, and they said Obi came distant third. They pushed him distant third because they knew that if he came, they put him as second, it would be too obvious that they knew he was the winner. They pushed him to third so that they can keep pumping these false narratives on the people. So I've been saying it before, and I'm still repeating the same thing. And that is what Datti was talking about. A power now belongs not with Obi, does not also is not lying in the hands of Datti, but it's in the hands of Nigerians. And it's when we talk like this, let things begin to happen. We think that Nigerians are too afraid to die. We think that they will never stick their necks out and do anything. You see, you keep pushing somebody and pushing, and even when it's a quiet person, in fact, even a deaf and dumb person, you keep pushing and keep pushing. After a while, he will turn and you will see the strength of this person. Nigerians are more powerful than the army and the police. And I'm not saying we are waiting for the army. I'm talking about Nigerians. And they will show to this government long before 2027. That's what Datti was talking about. He was just short of saying, step out tomorrow and take your nation back. Don't wait. But it was too obvious. That's what he was saying. He repeated, he used the word revolution on TV. And he said it's the people that have to do it. And he said they will do it. And that's where I stand. You know, most of the things I said, you know, they happen just exactly that way. I spoke about what is going to happen with the judgment, what they have already done. So that's why they are so scared right now. They are trying to push Obi to congratulate. And to me, if he congratulates, he's going to dampen the people. Because his running mate will not do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, he will never. I know Datti.
Okay, let me see if anybody will have a question for you, Dr. Aruna, before you leave, because for me, the whole thing is so frustrating. You know, it looks like all our hopes is dashed. I don't know. Okay, we have Madam Origin here with us on the phone. For those of you that is watching us, if you want to ask Dr. Aruna a question, please either you call in before he leaves, or those of you on the panel. Thank you very much, Madam Origin, for calling in. Good evening to you, man. I don't know if you have a question or a submission.
Oh, a submission, and yes. Do you want me to continue or call back?
No,
because
no.
I know
Okay.
Dr. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, just a quick
Go
one.
ahead,
Hello,
quick one.
everyone.
Yeah.
I am. It's another wonderful day, another great day. We have taken the position of the opposition, and it is a good place to be for now. Dr.
Aruna.
Who was Dr. Aruna? Yes, sir. God bless you, sir. One place I just want to disagree with you. I don't agree on the narrative that Mr. Obi is quiet. He has his own demeanor, and the narrative of him being forceful, it is not. I don't think it's his nature. So I think he is one man that I call him the bravest man in Nigeria as far as I'm concerned right now. And he brought out everything. He brought out his integrity, his character. He is competent. We know he can do it. So he cannot be the head, the hand, and the feet. So what I'm saying, I just use this narrative. There was a man called David in the Bible. That man, even God say he is a man after his heart. But the success of David was a man called Joab. When there was a place where he went, and the people said Joab is coming, the people started running and said, what do we do? Because Joab was the backbone of David. So for every successful man, because Mr. Peter Obi, we can't even trade him. We need to protect him because he is the man that I don't know if you have found anyone that is going to take that position, come and say, so we need to protect him. There are Joabs, there are warriors. I wish people like Sunday Igboho, Showore, and in Biafra, they should gather and do and decide, because this is about Nigeria. It's not about, it's our nation that is we are at war. We are at war. So everybody needs to come together and decide whatever you need to do to save Nigeria, just do it.
Okay.
And I've said something else, please, one more thing. I'm saying we need to do one thing. How can we pay back INEC? If we can pay back INEC in their own coin, because what they have done to Nigeria, INEC still had the audacity to call for election. For what they did to us, everything, people are still in shock. Personally, I'm still in shock. So how can my question is, INEC, this election coming in, they need to figure out either to stop it until they remove all the removables and bring appropriate law that should be used. There has to be a law that will protect the people. The people of Imo State, the man they put there, there's a continuous, people are dying every day.
Madam
and
Origin.
still they want to go and expose the people. So what I'm saying is, until they change this law that has made INEC have impunity and has made our country a country of baboons. They need to stop every election until they get the right people. I rest it there.
Madam
Thank
Origin,
you,
before you
everyone.
go, don't you think that it is good we reduce the energy we put into prayers and put more actions how Nigeria can work? Don't you think so?
Energy in prayer. I don't understand. I don't understand the question. Sorry.
Don't you think we should reduce our prayers in Nigeria rather than then we put the time in you know, how we can solve Nigeria out through action?
You see, that is a complex question. I don't think any you see where our problem is that our pastors, they have, you know, they are not preaching the four square gospel. If they preach the four square gospel, they should know that a lion does not give birth to a chicken. God is, he said his eyes are purer than to behold iniquity. And these people are there sitting on iniquity and preaching. What are they telling me? So what you should say is, are they even praying the right prayer? When you pray the right prayer, you find it and you pray the right prayer, you do the right thing, you take up do whatever it takes. You know, it beats my imagination when people, Christians should not be, or people, I don't know who I am.
This would have just be a direct answer, you know. Don't you think we should stop this pray and put action to how to solve Nigeria?
I tell you, I pray more than you. I pray more than anybody that.
But do people pray more in America? Because
let me finish. The people that say they are praying, how can you say you're praying to God and you're sitting in iniquity? Now, what I'm saying is there needs to be a change. Nigeria needs to be overhauled. The people that say they are Christians there, they need to check themselves in the first place.
Okay, yeah.
If you say you're a Christian and you just two sides of your mouth, you're speaking iniquity and you're condoning evil, what are they saying? There needs to be a whole sort of change.
That's true.
Prayer is not even an issue.
That's true. Thank you very much, Madam Origin. God bless you. Let me please, guys, if you want to call in, let it be question, because I still have Dr. Aruna here. Mr. Ike, thank you very much for calling in. Good evening to you. Please turn down your device. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Elvis, good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you, sir. Are you calling for question or a submission?
Just, I heard your question that you asked right now, and you were talking about, can we reduce the prayers or the energies we put in prayers and do more work?
Yeah.
The only problem we have is we ask God for the things we can do ourselves. That's just the difference. You know, when somebody prays for, give us this day our daily bread, and you don't do any work, so the food will not fall from heaven. So when you pray, I'm praying that, oh, before I get to the house, there will be light. And the people that are giving the light don't have light to give you. So your prayers wouldn't do anything in that case. There are things you pray to God for, like life. Life is not in the hands of anybody. But when Nigerians pray for electricity, you pray for good road, you are going on a trip that you know the road is a death trap, and then you are praying that you will get there safely. You know, there are misplaced priorities.
10 seconds to go, sir. 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I know we are scared to go out for our life, but I think there are so many ways we can protest without getting on the road. Sincerely, if there is civil disobedience and everybody sits in the house, the government will lose.
Thank you, sir.
The government will come up.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right. I would like to come back to Dr. Aruna again. Sir, what's your take in the, because you're also a pastor, Dr. Aruna. Do you think Nigerians should continue to pray rather than putting in action and take their country back?
Okay, thank you. I think we can't pick and choose. They have to go together. The only challenge, as has been said, and I think many of you know, is that a lot of people don't want to do their own part. They are waiting for God to do it, and they're not learning from the fact that God has already given them their destiny in their hands, has given them. I mean, when God put Adam in the garden, God was not the one that had to come and till the garden for him. And even when the situation happened with Eve, speaking with the devil, God was being the creator. He could have, silenced the devil. Could have, when she held the fruit, an angel would have beaten the fruit out of her hand. But because God already gave, when he delegates or gives instructions, he expects people to follow, because in the instruction, there is the blessing and there is the curse. And so whichever one we align with, we either suffer or enjoy. So Nigeria, the destiny of Nigeria, God has given to us. We have resources, we've got brains, but people believe they can go for prayer, for breakthrough. They can go to churches and let the pastor, the bishop pray for them. And the bishop, it's like therapy. So people are depressed, they come there and they do their own work. So, I mean, only a very, very few actually teach people. Like now, I've been doing this broadcast for over 1 year. You've not heard me quote me say, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Have you heard once? I'm asking you.
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Did you know initially that I was even a pastor?
No.
You see, because I'm dealing with real life issues. So the principle, the lifestyle I live, what I believe in, the God I serve should be the one that should guide, that should be the platform upon which whether I'm doing business, whether I'm in technology, I'm in politics, I should do it with that mind. But a lot of people compartmentalize their lives. They're either just church, or they are on the other side. So I think that's where Nigeria's problem is, because I have been criticized by so many people. I still run a church. I still do events. I do motivational speaking. I travel nations ministering. But when I get on this show and I'm doing my broadcast, I am focusing on Nigeria and seeing Nigeria free, because God gave us Nigeria and he's not going to come and interfere.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Aruna, because to be honest, if you want me to say something about you, you are the man of action. You're the man of action. All your effort throughout the campaign till now, to be honest, I was surprised with your age. You managed to put in the time. You were dedicated to this, a new Nigeria and all that. So this is what I want many other pastors to represent or to emulate. Because at the end of the day, we cannot just be praying and everybody is saying amen and no action is being put into this. That's what Madam Origin was saying as well, that the kind of prayer that people are praying in Nigeria is not what she's supporting. If you are praying, you have to put in the work, and that is what nobody is against prayer, but we cannot be in our room and be praying that one day God will change Nigeria. One day God will change Nigeria. Nigeria is over 60 years now. We are still saying one day God will change Nigeria. I don't know how that is going to work. On the panel, I don't know if anybody have on the panel, if you have a question for Dr. Aruna before he leaves, anybody on the panel, unmute yourself in case you have a question. If not, we'll be okay. Nobody's unmuting for now. That's fine. Dr. Aruna, thank you very much, sir. I would like you to use 2 minutes to speak to Nigerians before I allow you to go, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Elvis, for what you are doing. There were a few times you felt, I heard you speak as if that was going to be your last broadcast. You will go into other things, but you're still committed. That's exactly what we need. Because when it's time for the baby to come out, the birth pains increase. But that's when they say to the woman, push and push. I believe we're going to push out this baby, whether these evil people like it or not. People like us, as busy as we are, I'm telling you, I'm committed. I'm the type that if I've jumped into a boat or a ship with something that I believe is something that is worthwhile or worth doing, especially when it has to do with people that are being disenfranchised, people that are suffering, dying because of a few people that have held the nation hostage. I am prepared to do anything to ensure that I play my own part to bring that to pass. So speaking to Nigerians, the ball is in your court. We were all thinking that the Supreme Court or the judiciary is the last hope for the common man, but we didn't know the people we were dealing with. And even now, anybody that is being hopeful is like buying a bird that is flying in the sky. As it has to do with Tinubu, there's nothing in Tinubu's system that thinks uprightness. Every day he goes to bed, he is scheming and scamming. And so then he surrounds himself with people of like mind on how to scam Nigerians. And I'm telling you, we haven't seen anything. That's why what we need to do is start to engage among ourselves, we that of like mind, and start to ask, what are the ways we're going to put so much pressure on these people to make that anything they want to do against Nigerians, it will backfire until Nigerians decide where it will become just an organic thing, where Nigerians will just come out. And it may just be, do you know, like us in the North, when you see riots are not because they held a meeting. We don't hold meetings to do riots. I was in Ahmed University and some of the schools. I single-handedly started riot that shut down the university. But people didn't know who started it. So in the North, you just need one person to say, let me use the one that they use, which is more on the religious side. The moment you hear Allahu Akbar, then it's over. So, but this is not religious. It's more political and people's lives, at stake and in danger. So anytime a Northerner becomes dissatisfied, whether you are his brother and he feels you're taking advantage of him and he turns against you, that's why they were pulling down, what is his name, Buhari's billboards in his own hometown. That's how Northerners are. So I'm saying, let it not just be a Northerner thing, let it be a Nigerian thing. Obi is coming for Nigeria, and he got one of the best Northerners, I'll tell you, that is not a fanatic, religious fanatic, is an upright person. He wants to see justice. This team, if we miss this team in Nigeria, because anybody that's saying, let's wait for 2027, I'm not prophesying, but I'm saying it's going to be worse in 2027 than it now. Now it's even easier. But 2027, they would have positioned themselves everywhere. Somebody talking about INEC. The next INEC will be worse. So this is the opportunity we still have when obviously everybody can see that this is a stolen election. Nobody is celebrating this the certificate forger. And so this is still the window we can say no. And I'm telling you, Nigerians, they know what to do. So let's not think that they will not do it. They will. And Datti said it. And I talk with Datti and I know what will happen. So it will happen. So just take it from me and Nigerians listening to me. It's you suffering. These people, They're going to tell me, you answer yourself, whether are you prepared for that for another 1 year? And it should be less than 1 year to chop them out. We don't need the army to do it, because the army may come and then hold on to power. We've seen it before. And because the heart of man is desperately wicked. You get the army to do it for you, they would think you need to allow them to settle down to arrange election, and they may not do it for another 4 years. And then we go back to military rule again. So let Nigerians do it. And I believe they can do it. They are not scared. They're just waiting for the right window.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Aruna. I appreciate your time with us today. Thank you for your continuous encouragement. You've been motivating us. In fact, you're one of the people giving us the energy to do what we're doing, because at your age, you're putting in the effort to see a better Nigeria. I wish we have more of elders like you fighting for us the way you're doing. Thank you very much, Sam. God bless you.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, please, can I? Is there still time for one question to Ms. Dr. Aruna?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Elvis, sorry,
yes,
sorry, before you ask this question. When you see me, even when I'm busy and I jump into this show, I'm doing that just in case people want me to, address certain things, not because I want to join a panel and, and try to be debating or talking, but I just want to, where if it's just a little hope that I can live with some people based on some of the things we know, which we cannot come out and say in the open. Because when you want to, there are certain things that you need underground work for the thing to show on the outside, which I can't say here, but at least some basic things that may help to throw light. I'm prepared to stay another 10 minutes if need be.
Okay, sir. I always know this anyway. That's why I prioritize whenever I see you here. I always want to grab the opportunity to call on others if they want to ask any question. That's fine. Mr. Kingsley Jonathan, although we are getting a feedback from you, go ahead with your question, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks very much, Dr. Aruna. I know that you are more focused on this project, and very grateful for that. I just have this quick question. Do you have any idea, or what's your take on the upcoming elections this weekend in 3 states in Nigeria? Do you have any position or anything that you would like to say? Because I believe part of taking Nigeria back, these elections, they are part of it. They are an integral part of taking Nigeria back, if we are really serious about it. So do you really have any idea or any take on the upcoming elections?
Okay. On the, I'm not directly involved in those the states where that is happening. And you must know, I'm not really a politician, and I'm not a member of Labour Party. I'm just somebody who wants to see Nigeria free, and I've given my everything to see that happen. However, for Imo, I'll tell you, it's already 80%. It's going to be a Labour Party. However, the only thing is just if they don't repeat what Mahmoud Yakubu did on the 20th, when people went out to elect. This one, even if they try to disenfranchise voters, it doesn't matter how the number of people that come out to vote. This so-called sitting president, governor of Imo, does not even have 30% of the people. So it's already an outright loss for him. However, the only thing they know to do is what they've always done, which is what they're busy preparing right now. However, if the people can go out so much in mass and not be afraid to vote, it will be too overwhelming that even if they try to rig it, it will be impossible. So I think the only way that, and I'm talking more on the Imo because that's the obvious one. And so but then the others, I can't say much. What will happen? The one, which other place is it? Delta, or where is that also taking place? Do you have another one in Delta, or where the other place? I've just been on this the Mobis thing that I've not been
Imo, Bayelsa, not Delta, Bayelsa.
Okay, Bayelsa. Where is Bayelsa again? What's the capital of Bayelsa?
Mr. Jonathan, are you not there?
I'm here.
But he's asking you a question back.
Hello, Dr. Aruna.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, sorry, I lost my mic. I wasn't hearing anything for some few seconds.
Okay, what I was asking, I don't know. There's a reflection. I don't know what's happening, Elvis.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay. So what I was saying is that especially I know more of Imo. I don't know much about Bayelsa and some of the others. However, but that of Imo, I can tell you right now, Labour Party is set to take the state. The only thing that would make it not to, be the case will be if they also do what Mahmoud Yakubu did. But without that, it's impossible for him to continue again. So generally, it's not really about winning election, because these charlatans know that the people want change, and they know who will bring about change. So they are not there to bring change. They're there to hold on to power and continue to, to rob and steal. So that's their agenda. So they are not actually playing politics of let the people go and vote, then let's count the votes. They believe in buying votes, in rigging, in paying off INEC. So that's the same game they are trying to play now. So we just
so that
pray
means
that
you don't have faith. You don't have hope or faith on this Saturday coming election, governorship election.
The only thing that will give me hope is if they don't buy INEC. As for votes, I have hope that they are all going to lose.
Okay.
Yeah. So we should just pray that no matter what they do, let's have the kind of lady, that professor that was in Abia State, that if we have such people, then we are good to go. And such people are very few in Nigeria.
That's why I wanted to say it's going to be difficult to have someone like that, to be honest, because it looks like everybody is fighting for their stomach right now in Nigeria. So it's even making it more difficult. And I will have to agree with you for your previous statement, saying that anybody that is waiting for 2027 is going to be more harder and difficult, because they are going to place their people in every angles and to wait for you. So for me, it's up to Nigerians that live in Nigeria, to be honest. It's up to them what they want. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Aruna.
Thank you. Okay, keep up the good work.
God bless you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I appreciate you. Have a good night, sir. Bye, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. All right. I appreciate every one of you right there. That was Dr. Aruna Guru. He's been there. He has been doing the work since day one throughout the whole campaign. It's very, very unfortunate that everybody is not talking like this. All hope, is gone, to be honest. I don't know. But I wish Nigeria was even doing well now. But look at the way everything is going. Yes, Black Panther, I've posted out the link. But meanwhile, let me go to Madam Edith. Madam Edith, thank you very much for your patience. I just wanted to take on Dr. Aruna first before I come to you. Good evening to you. It's good to have you on the panel. I would like you to talk to us if you're available to speak now. Hello, Madam Edith. Okay, she's not right now. Okay, we can't even hear you that much anyway. Okay, let me move on to the next person, which is Mr. Oduwa. It's good to have you on the panel, sir. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us. Okay, Mr. Dua, it looks like you're not available as well.
Good evening. It is my Mac hook. So that is.
Okay, that's fine. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Najawash. Good evening, all the panelists. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Aruna, for your submission. Well, I don't have much to say because I just came from work when the video we were playing, so I could not really watch. But I will have something to say. But Mr. Peter Obi said that we in the Labour Party. Well, I thank God he said them in the Labour Party. He did not say the Labour Party, because even this our what so-called the Labour representative, the legislatives, and all, we are not hearing anything from them. And those ones have not been playing the role of opposition. So because we know Nigeria politics, it is as prostitute work. You can be with this party today, tomorrow will be the other. Because we are even, for me, I believe now, before we know, those people will be decamping. You now see they are now in either APC or PDP. So because by saying opposition party, the party himself will have the Abures or who as the chairman, we come out and said we will be opposition then, because by manifesto can make an opposition. If your manifesto could not work against opposition, so you are not an opposition. So that is what I will say there, because I'm not seeing Labour people as opposition, but Mr. Peter Obi and Datti and obedience movement can be opposition. But the Labour Party themselves, now we are not seeing them as opposition. And that is what I said I have to have say in this place. I'm not seeing them. We are not seeing them because opposition, we said, like here in Italy, we have what we call a Lega Nord. We have La Lega and others. Lega Nord hate foreigners. And that is what they are campaigning with, and that is what they are going to enter position with. So the other one that like foreigners, that is what they are going to campaign with, that is what they are going to enter position with. So the Labour Party, now we did not hear, apart from what Peter Obi said he will do, and he will do, we are not hearing from the Labour people themselves. Tomorrow they can say, Peter Obi, we don't need you in this party anymore, because he is not among the founder of the party. So the Labour people themselves should come out and tell us that if they are going to be opposition party, then why their representative who will they vote for collect 160 million vehicle. Why do they not oppose it? Because as an opposition party, those kind of things is they put the people ahead of them, not themselves. Because in 4 or 8 years now, they will still change the vehicle again. They will say they need another one. Where they are voting, they are doing another election. So 160 million vehicle can only last for 4 years or 8 years. So opposition party doesn't do that. They calculate the people and say this is what they need and this is what. Can we hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So opposition party must put people ahead and say, this is the reason we came here. We did not come here because of ourselves. We came for something like this to be working for our people. So by the actions and everything, we be telling people that these people are really opposition party. Like obedience now, he shows that obedience are opposition. So that is why they started reacting when the court they believed to give a judgment could not give judgment. So they begin to call the judge criminals because they all stole, and that is why the obedience can say Tinubu is not the president of the people, but the president of INEC and judiciary. So when they said public opinion cannot count, why are they making law not for judiciary and the legislative? Why are they making law of the people? So the law of the people, why the opinion of the people can't? In when we did protests in this Europe here,
when they check the law they make before, we are not sustainable for the people. So they change the law because the law is for the people. So their opinion can't. Not only one country. Now this is the European Union I'm talking about. They make law that they not change the one they made before, since it was not efficient enough for the people. They said no. If this so, but Nigeria will tell you public opinion doesn't count, and they make law for the people. The judiciary and everything, are they not the same people of the country? Why do they feed their opinion will not count? And they say a law. Is it not a law not written by human being? Is it not considerations, and that is the reason they say amendment? If it is not count for the people, why do they amend it? And the same, like one man said, Peter Obi, judiciary work for him. Now he's now castigating the judiciary. Yes, the judiciary that work that time, the people that were there who make that, who pronounce those things, are not the same people that are not pronounce this one. Because those people know that the life of people is what you put ahead. And that is why those people said Abuja 25% is established that time. But this set of people now said Abuja is not 25% is not relevant. That Abuja is not better, is not than any other states. But if it is not than any other states, but Abuja did not have governor. It did not have how many senators that each other state have. So, but they said Abuja is not than any other thing. So that's to tell you the people should understand the difference between the judiciary that work for Peter Obi and the judiciary that against.
I think, Mr. Dua, we can't hear you anymore. Okay, Mr. Dua, you are muted. I believe you're still talking from, I don't know, but we can't hear you at all. Mr. Dua, okay, can you hear me now? Hello? I think it's your network, sir. We can't hear anything from you at all. I think I need to move on to the next person. We'll come back to you, sir. We'll come back to you. You are muted. I know you might talk when other person is already saying something. Can you guys hear me though? Or is it coming from me? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Mr. Evans, can hear you.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, let me see. Okay, Madam, I called you before. Are you available to speak now?
Yes, I'm available. When you were calling me, someone was calling me, so I couldn't pick the call. I'm not using my laptop.
Okay,
yeah.
Let's talk to us.
Good morning, good afternoon, evening, everyone. I hope we all have pressed on the like button. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Elvis. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you for your concern. All well-meaning Nigerians and the obedient. Thank you for standing out. Thank you for, helping us to reply to those to Tifnubu and his gang. I want to say first and foremost that it is very shameful to our Nigerian judiciary, because if not for judiciary, Tinubu will not come out and say he won election, he went to the election, he won, and then he went to court, he wins. There is not even a blind or a deaf person who knew what happened in Nigeria. And then himself came out after the election and said, I know you people did not vote for me. He came out, he said it. He said, I know Nigerians didn't vote for me. And then, but where I am today, you're the person you vote for is not there. That's what he came out to do. At least that word, alone is enough to even knock it out from there. Then before we talk about the issue of, identity theft and all that he did. And another thing, why I say it's very shameful, because during the court, I didn't see where they call INEC and say, come, you announce a result. Can we see the result on the IRF? Till today, I mean, all the results were not even uploaded today. And then they are coming out, they could not even call INEC, come out, where is the result? Because you are saying that Peter Obi came third. Yes, that is how they design it. And I believe we saw those elderly men that came out in the national TV to say that they thought that obedient movement was a child play. That was why they were singing that there is no structure. A party that has no structure within 8 months overcome a party that has been there for over 20 years. So then they know everything that they didn't pass. They didn't win any election. And then they bought judiciary and they're happy. Why don't they put on their powder and come out of the street and dance that, oh, we won the election? So that is why I say Nigeria judiciary, in fact, they lose value in Nigeria. Nobody, even children now, they are now making checks of lawyers and all that on the streets. So that alone is enough for them, and those ones that rig the election will not come in our front to talk because we will molest them, they know. So, and that is that. So saying that Obi did not win election and then because of that they are coming with that one that come out because whether Bayo and Nenuga, we don't even know what he's talking about. Calling Peter Obi name. In every area, he can't come close to Peter Obi. And they're saying that they want to arrest Datti or Obi. That is just a mere threat. They know they won't try it because, see, it's not as if Nigerians don't want to come out. The problem is who is going to come out first. They want, okay, it's happening there. That is how the EXA started. Oh, no, Warri has started. Benin is dead. Before you know, everywhere. But now, who is going to start? You will be surprised that when it starts, everywhere will be, all of them will be out. But they are just scared that, oh, I'm not going to be the one to front it. That's just the problem I think we are having right there. And I know one day it will happen. Because they have pushed us to the wall. So when you push us to the wall, we're going to, turn around and face you. Anyhow, that is going to happen. And, I was watching one of these news here. And imagine Kenya now laughing at how Kenya, they are not describing Nigerians as what? Because Nigerians are going to Africa countries, going to Kenya, going to different places. They are not laughing at us. Why are they laughing at us? If not, if look at that sack illiterate that has nothing and is there making his mouth. So I'm so happy that all the obedience they are out for Bayo and Enuga because he knows that, if he didn't say so, his monthly salary or the little money that he's going to use to drink beer for the weekend is not there for him. So that is what all of them they are fighting for. So they, he doesn't want to be fired because you hear the man telling his people that your job is secure. So if they push him out to go and say what he's supposed to say, and if he's not saying it, he knows that, he's fired. So, and at the same time, I do not support the issue of we should reduce the prayers. Prayer, they say, the Bible says pray without ceasing. We know that God has given us Nigeria. God has, prayer is not going to do what your hands are supposed to do. If God says, I'm going to bless the work of your hands, God is not going to put the money in your hands. You must do something that will make him to bless you. So you pray to God, God, I'm out to my work. Bless me, And that is how God has given us Nigeria to take over at this time around. But who is going to come out? Who is going to be at the front? That is the issue we are having. So prayers and, putting it to action, is what we need in Nigeria. But right now, our youth are just kind of, okay, who is going to start? Who is going to, you see there, somebody was in Port Harcourt, and they were all angry. They look, this one, I'm slim now, look at me, you see my pants is falling from my waist. In fact, we will go to die so rock, if we want to die, let us die. But, those ones are ways of violence. We need a peaceful protest, but who is going to be at the front? Datti, I mean, when he was talking yesterday, I was just here laughing, as in, you know, our principal is somebody that, you know, he's constructive. He's not going to come out there to just, you know, we all have our own ways of talking. You know, when it comes to that time where you see him in action, that is where you will know that, oh, it's not the way I'm looking at him. But that is just his own way. And as a responsible, you don't expect him to behave like those stats that Tinubu gather in his cabinet. How can you have a whole cabinet you have? They are almost convicted. All of them are looting money. Well, that is all they know. Why would they come out to tell you nonsense? You know, so we Nigerians, we know that we came out to vote. Look at him saying that that the Nigerians came out to vote for Tinubu. Who? They are running around him. Where? Even the one that managed to go, the task that went there to side him, what is it? Asari or Bobokilibo came out to dance. They allow Asari Dokuba and his gang to go there and protest and be behind Tinubu. But the Nigerians, they will not come out. They will not say Asari Dokuba, who is a staff, you know, a street staff. Okay, if this staff can come out, then we can come out. But no, it's not so. Now he's angry, he's talking that. Those one, he's not saying them. You know what he's doing. Who is this calling me now? I beg. Sorry. You know, so Asari Dokubo, those ones are just words of mouth. You know what he's doing. He's being paid. He has collected his share. So me, I don't believe all those ones. That is that. And you know, if APC don't come out to fight, who do you think will come out to fight? Who do you know? That is, we have known there for that. Here right now, as I'm talking, my this thing is telling me somebody is filing you. You are being monitored. You are being tracked. You know, so that is their job, and we are not scared of them. That is our country. We have every right to come out. We need to air our grievances because they stole our mandate. Because the man came out and he trusted his people to come and grab it and run with it. And as he's running with Nigeria, we are supposed to chase him to anywhere he's going, but nobody wants to come out to chase this man. They are telling us we should come from diaspora to come and be in the front. Yes, we are doing our part here. We have gone out here with our placard. In my frontage here, I have my this Tinubu must go. You know, so that is, even if they don't want to come out, everybody should write it to their gate and let us know that, okay, that is how we want to protest. But how will the nation hear us? You know, this thing that is happening in Nigeria is so annoying that sometimes you are just short of words, you know. So, but Mr. Evans, I want to leave it there for now. You know, thank you so much, and thank you, everyone.
God bless you, Madam. Thank you so much. I appreciate you time with us today. God bless you. Thank you. Okay. I think somebody was calling in. You know, okay. All right. I missed that call. Let me come to Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, please, I would like you to talk to us if you are there. Mr. Jonathan, it looks like you're not available right now. Okay, let me move on to the next person. I'll come back to you. Thank you very much, Madam Ahmed Bright. Good evening to you, ma'am. Thanks for joining us. I would like you to talk to us if you're available.
Thank you, Mr. Evis. Good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my greetings to everybody. My brother, really, I'm still somehow down. I don't know why they should be facing only Obi. Because that man is not it's not his type. He doesn't have that mind to be arrogant. He's a gentleman. That's why we needed some little bit action. But he understands they are in their midst. They know what all these wicked leaders, fake leaders, are up to. And I believe both of them, both himself, Obi, and Datti, they understand. That is why he allowed Datti to come out openly. They share it within themselves. Now, why are they now attacking Obi? What has he said that is not really true? We cannot say when we are talking about the Northerners, not all. I know that there are some nice one like Haruna Guru is from the north. But this thing that is really going on, we really have to watch it about this Sharia law and the Muslim. That even other part of the country cannot talk again. Only the Muslim can talk. They are untouchable. Then any other one that will talk, you don't have mouth to talk. They will just close you up. I don't understand. Are we still one nation like that? I love if we are one. If we are one, we are stronger. But in this manner, are we going to be strong? That one cannot talk even when everything is really open and truthful. One cannot even talk again. I mean, I don't understand though. If we have to wait till 2027, I don't even want to wait till 2027. If they can openly do this clear, that is clear even to a baby, what has happened during this election. If things can happen like this and they can still go so deep to cover everything up, what do we think we can do by 2027? Do you think this people will change? They will only grow stronger. See the way they are handling Bayelsa now, Kogi, Imo State. They are already walking on the ground. You fear these people when they don't talk. We have been talking, but these people just quiet and be walking on the ground. They have already started. Before that, 4 years' time, if we don't take time, Tinubu can spend up to 8 years, if not more than. They will just make that country a criminal country. We don't have land again, we can't talk. See all the streets everywhere is destroyed. They are not even caring about that one than to loot and living an exorbitant life. Leaving the poor ones in poverty. Is that how we just talk and leave these people like this? If we can't do anything now, what can we do next? I will just plead to the Nigerians, they should please. Like yesterday, I waited yesterday. I wanted to even contribute my little one that I usually contribute. The one I'm collecting and learning from you people now. But the argument was so long that before I came, I slept off because it was too long. I couldn't wait. I managed to wait. But what can we do? We should all stand up, please. The youth, they should prove that the Buhari is wrong, calling them lazy youth. They should all wake up. If we can't fight now, when are we going to fight? When the whole thing is so open like this? Is that how we are going? How are we sure we can be able to take over next by 2027? If we cannot do it now, when Obi won 85%, seeing everything like this, we allowed the Yakubu Gowon to go free, Arogola to go free. I've been pointing and be hammering on this point. That Arogola, I've been saying it, and it was really so. Why do we just keep quiet like this? Why can't we do something, Nigerians? I don't know what we can do. My youth, please wake up, Nigeria. Will you now wait that our forefathers have been controlled under these people? And we now came, they are still controlling us. They will still come and control our children. Their children will come and be controlling our children again. Look at Tinubu's son, who is not yet, they are even handling him as the president, taking presidential jet, sending soldiers to guide him. He's already a president. When his father is fake, he didn't win any election. See what they are doing. See the yarn she went to go and buy to continue his drug business. We just live like that. They will be known as a drugger, as a forgery. With that, all of us will forge certificate. Is that how we are going to live? There will be nothing better from Tinubu. For the past 5-6 months they have been there now. What has he achieved? Everything is going worse. They don't even know. They don't even think about school. They don't think about road. They don't think about hospital. And he's going to sell us to the German and make business with all these wicked people. Even Bill Gates. Is that how we are going to live? For him to sell our state away from us? Please, our youth, Nigerians, if you say you are afraid of death, one is already dying already. With this poverty, one is already dying. One die but once. You will not die 2 times. You will even make name if you die in fighting your country. Nobody will not die. You will die. Those people that are killing people will die. So why can't you die in silence? Please wake up. This is only what I will say. I'm just waiting for the thing to happen and not tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Ivis. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ahmed Bright. Let me pick some calls before I come to others. Thank you very much, Madam. God bless you. Okay, I can see Mr. Tony Africa, you've called so many times. Let me quickly call you back, and other people call it in as well. Okay, Mr. Tony, you are not picking, so okay, Mr. Tony, can you hear me?
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us. You called a couple of times.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir. I thank, I thank all of you. I thank also Haruna Guru. He really tried there. So I was calling in to say that we don't have enough of them in that country, and then I will also try to ask a question. I hope that he's listening about the fundamentals, because he articulated everything very well, that we should keep trying. But at the end of the day, if we don't cut off that root causes of all those problems, of which even the central north is also part of, because the central northerners are the administrators of this Arewa colonial masters. They are the administrators. They are the most educated there, and that is why it's very difficult, for us to really have a way out of all these calamities. Because, for example, all what he said is very good, that we should keep on trying, that, respectfully, but, a country where there are no institutions to fall back on, or to run to, like now that we said that, okay, the election was not okay, and then the election was not, electronically, transmitted, 25% amenities, and then, but at the end of the day, Tinubu did not put himself there. That power block is what we have to be talking about how to get rid of.
Okay.
The constitution is not there. There's nothing to guarantee anything. That's why we say that we should peacefully separate the country, because we are not one people. Then we can work together as neighboring African countries. And then, please, before I stop, I want to say that, I hope that Lumide is there, or is listening to you. Please, I didn't want to make it come today. I really enjoyed his contribution yesterday, although it was too much. You have to caution Black Panther for just harassing the guy, because the guy is very gentleman. I mean, I didn't like the way Black Panther, until I had to write you almost 3 o'clock in the morning to try to switch off the program, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. That will be addressed. Thank you, sir. All right. I have another caller here quickly. Madam Joy was trying to call us as well. Let me quickly return a call. Then I'll come to the next people right there on the panel. And God bless you all, my people. Please help us to press on the like button, and help us to share as well. Okay, Madam Joy, you are not picking. So let me quickly, Justin. Okay, Justin, you are calling as well. Okay, Justin, we lost you there.
Mr. Elizabeth, sorry, check the message. Somebody got a message there, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I lost a couple of you there. Okay, let me come to the panel again. Before I take another call. Information this okay. Mark Okunsaye, my brother. Thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Thank you. How are you doing, my brother? Thank you very much.
I did fine. I'm just joining I'm just joining the broadcast though, so I didn't start from the beginning. So like
the
5 minutes
is
ago.
The title is
That's exactly why I passed my comment. I think one mama was commenting about it. So these people, they are, anyway, is nothing new that Nigeria do will surprise anybody. They just right from PEPT ruling. From there, that's when I started knowing that for sure Nigeria is a failed state. You know what I mean by failed state? They have laws, but the laws are meaningless. They have a Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is meaningless because any baby SS1 can tell you where Supreme Court has gone wrong, right from PEPT. Now, tell me what Datti said in his interview that was against the law. Which information is this that alleged? So it's alleged rather, so maybe it could be speculation. If it's alleged, that one is even better because if it's true, the Nigeria is just going downhill. That was what I meant by my comment. So I'm just joining. I want to gather more from people's comments so I know how to comment also, sir. Hello, sir.
Thank you, my brother. Marco Kunsai, you're done with your submission, right?
Yeah, I just joined, so I need more submission to know how to also respond as well.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. It's good to have you on the panel. Okay, let me take more calls. There are more calls coming in. Let me see if I can take up to 2 more calls, then I'll come back to the panel again. Mr. Justin, thank you very much for calling in. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
For calling back, I really appreciate.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you for everything you do and people in the panel as well. Just a quick shipping anyway. I think one of our man there was talking about calling for the youth to come out to protest and stuff like that, which is a good idea. But I still want to plead that if we can start channeling our attention to those people who always said, "Oh, we're tired." When you start protesting now, they will tell you, "It's too much now. I think we should stop now. It's too much now. We should stop now. I have business to go. I have to open my shop." You know? So those are the kind of people I think we have to start cautioning those people as well, Nigeria Watch. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, we cannot really force people to go on the street. It's somebody that will say they're tired, you know. To be honest, like I said, if Nigerians are ready, they are ready. When they are not ready, they are not ready. For me, I will not be here to force people to go do something against their will. You know, they live there. You know, they live there. I'm sending my message directly to those that live there, Nigerians that live in Nigeria. So if they are happy with the way the situation are, that's fine. You know, for me, I can't do much about it. You know, but they should remember that Tinubu himself protested during the time of Goodluck Jonathan. You know, so if they think that protesting is against the law, to be fair, I don't know what to say. It's their choice. Okay, let me come back to the panel again. Thank you very much, Mr. Justin, right there. Let me come back to the panel. Mr. Jonathan Kingsley, calling you again. Are you available to speak now? Okay, Mr. Jonathan, it looks like you're still not available. Okay, let me come to Mr. Oduwa. You were cut off earlier on. You know, I don't know if you are available now to finish your submission.
Okay. Hello.
Thank you, sir. We can hear you.
Hello,
now.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. As I was saying, because this thing. Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead. Why is everybody
Okay,
having
thank you. Because you know the criminal government is fighting everybody now. So that is it. As I was saying, the Labour Party should start showing to us now that they are opposition by putting this forward as any party that rob, that cause violence, that should be cancelled, because they need to change their laws now. Any party that bring out violence, that party should be cancelled out of the ballot. So from there we will start seeing peaceful election, because by the time you know that if you cause violence, your paper will not be counted. So that shows that you did not participate at all. Peaceful election will come out there. Those who went and buy vote should be cancelled. So if really Labour parties, they said that they are going to be opposition, they need to bring this forward from now on, so that they can amend the election before it becomes 2027. Because that is what scared many people in Lagos because of violence. They say if you are not here, don't just come out. So people were afraid. So if they bring these suggestions and they will see back up. Then laws that any the vote must be counted electronically, must be and sent as electronically, not a hand collation. No, they don't need any hand collation. If it is not electric, the election should be postponed. If any glitch, they need to redo the election than say it is how we used to collate it. No, we don't need that anymore. So with all these things, we will have free and fair and credible election from whoever they vote for. So because that was what I expect the judges to bring out for their this thing, not to come and say this one is the person that win, this one, because they say majority win the vote. So it is not the court that win the vote. It is not the ANEC that win the vote. It is the majority of the people who went and vote that win the vote. But the one we have in Nigeria, no, the majority just go there, the ANEC win the vote and the court decide. So they should put that as a law that no election should be pronounced by court as a winner. What the court should be doing is, if you people could not have this election, then you rerun it. By the time they rerun 2 times election, no one will cause violence because they know they are going to be losing money. So not the judge or the court should be deciding who won the election. It is the people who decide who won the election, and ANEC bring it at straight and direct. So that is what I have to give as my submission and regard of 2027 that is coming ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. May God bless you, Mr. Oduwab. I'll come to others right now. I'd like us to quickly follow up with what is happening right now, right there on Twitter space. Let's listen to what they are saying concerning the interview of Datti Ahmed yesterday. Then after that, I'll come back to the rest of you. May God bless every one of you. Let's take it from here.
That has come to sit on the people of Ghana, sit on top of the people of Ghana. The devil cannot do anything and get away with it simply because the devil. Based on some principles that have been put in place, the devil has to do what the people want. A lot of people made submission and their point of view about Datti's interview yesterday, and someone was like, Tinubu is going to have to figure out a way how to deal with the obedient. It's not about the obedient anymore. It has to do with the well-meaning Nigerians. I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it again. I'm here to get my country back, fighting for the soul of that nation is the paramount thing. How many Nigerians, Showore people, if you're reasonable and you want your country back, this is the time for us to come together and get our country back. And these are my reasons. Obedience, we need to be realistic. The country does not exist based on obedience alone. No, we have a lot of people in that. We are a group of people pushing for a movement. No doubt. We are pure in our own way, right? We want the change of status quo, right? Correct. That's it. But you see right now, what is going on in that country is nothing political. The country has been hijacked by demons. I said it yesterday, I'm going to repeat it again today. The situation of things in Nigeria right now, it's not political. And I likened it to an animation I saw day before yesterday. I'm going to keep talking about it. Justice League, set of heroes. They came together, fighting villains. And guess what? At the point in time, aliens invaded Earth. Both the Justice Leagues and the villains they've been fighting, they came together to kick those aliens' asses. And when they did that, they went back to the villains. and they toss them in jail. You see, desperate time requires desperate measures. We know where we stand. We need to be focused, and we know what we want. Right now, PDP, Labour Party, any other party, you have no fighting chance against the deep come to steal, to kill, and to destroy. It is high time we come together for the betterment of the country. We need to come together and work together. Otherwise, that country is gone for life. Take it from me. It is gone for life. And when we are done with that, we have a platform when we can go back and be political. Then we can have an equal chance of fair ground to run an election again. But right now, it is going to be selection all throughout. That is what is going on now. Before NCs dropped earlier on, he said something about Hopus or Dimma, the hopeless bastards of Imo State. He did not sign the peace accord. They don't give a fuck about peace. These guys are there to kill you. They don't care. They believe they've gotten the getaway, do whatever you want and get away with it badge. And guess what? They do. Until we'll come together as a nation, as a country, we come together and we say, you know what? Enough is a fucking enough. Datti said it yesterday. When the people are ready, it's not about 2027. When the people decide enough is enough, you come together and you kick their asses out of the office. This is not a political matter anymore. We're fighting demons. We are fighting demons. Since yesterday, have you heard anything about Datti's report? Datti's interview. Have you seen any tweets about it from them? Have you seen any? If you've seen any, please send to me because I've been watching out. I've been looking. I want to see them say something. I want to hear them say something. None. Imagine if it was Peter Obi that said, "Hey, they would have eaten him raw. They would have arrested him. They're gonna be smoke in the city." But guess what? When people keep saying the revolution will start from the north, well, it might. I don't care where it starts from. One thing I know is that very, very soon something gotta give. I don't know when, how, or when, or where, but I know something's gotta give. I saw a video a couple of minutes before I came on space. Bandits, what you were your? They are now in Oyo State. They are in Oyo State, and we have the Ronu family, the Ronu generations. You know, the old women. Tinubu làwọn ṣe bàtàkìtì kẹforí lólẹ̀ Tinubu làwọn ṣe. They are now crying. 10, 15, 50 fucking acres of farmland. Cassava, soya bean, all eaten by guess what? Cow. Màálù, wọ́n ti jèrè oko wọn. And now they are shouting. Kíjọba ó gbà wá o, kíjọba ó ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Ikú pa gbogbo yín, tí rí nǹkan kan. Ẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ o. Àní kílẹ̀ tí rí o. Ẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ kílẹ̀ tí rí. You guys have not seen anything yet. When we were screaming, when we were speaking, when we were yelling, we were shouting on top of our lungs. You guys thought we were mad. I told you, it doesn't have to be with tribe. It's not a tribal thing for me. It's not a religious. I don't care who you are. As long as you're coming right, I will vote for you. And I said it. Moni Peter Obiomoluabi ni. O dangaja, o kojú òṣùwọ̀n. We've checked him out. It was on top of his freaking game. It wasn't a tribal thing to do. It was a commonsensical thing to do. They were giving excuses for someone that saved millions, billions when he was in our office. RGR. You see, all those things we've been talking about. All the properties of Tinubu, that he embezzled and he bought, not even by himself. He actually took over those properties that Auntie Bolanle read out loud and clear. She took about 15 minutes of her submission back then. This was last year. She took about 15 minutes reading out every single property owned by Tinubu. That's the single landlord of Lagos State. 15 minutes non-stop. Auntie Bolanle was reading it back to back. All the properties he owns. And people were shouting, he's a businessman, he's a strategist, he's a this, he's a that. The strategist is there now. And you see this one that they are shouting, dollar is now going down. Going down. Going down. Agbo tó tàbí mẹ́yìn agbára ló lọ mú wá lọ́rọ̀ dọ́là tó lọ sílẹ̀ báyìí. You see, when the dollar now come back, ọmọ ẹ lọ kọ́lẹ̀ 25 ni kò ní já létí confirm ni legit. Ẹ lọ kọ́lẹ̀ èmi mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. 25 ni ò ní já létí December. Dirty December. Ikú pa yín. Sherry, chicken will be only for billionaires. Now billionaires go chop chicken this Christmas. Now billionaires go chop chicken this Christmas. The way things are going right now. Enough talk. Enough. We need to come together. We need to figure out a way to get our country back. Because you see these people there now. Hey. And this man, he never starts. He never starts. And I don't see Yatabi. Yati daddy. They go get presidential submarine. Presidential submarine. Want to be a wabai. Presidential submarine. Man, you guys, people don't understand what has happened to Nigeria. People, it's fun now because we've foreseen this. We're now cruising and just having fun about it. But sometimes I just feel pity for that country. Did you hear what Kogi State Governor was saying? What's his name? Cannot think with Bello. He said there's nothing Tinubu can tell him. The president doesn't have any power in Kogi State as long as he's there. Well, someone said there's going to be an implosion. I don't know how long that is going to take, but it should hurry up. That implosion is taking too long. PDP people are working on the background. They want to get their country back. There's nothing legal anymore in that country. Whatever it is you have to do to get the country back, go ahead. I'm saying it loud and clear. It's a recorded space. If you need cutlass, go and fucking take it. The way they've shown you guys, show them you've learned something. They told us we are novice. Okay, fine. But we learned. Have we? This is the time for us to show them what we've learned from them. Operation Launch Your Bag. Launch your bag. That is the way forward now. It's all those flyer, the 10,000 police, packaging last one. You go see. Launch it, dog. I said it last time on the space. Someone has reached out to me. They are ready to pay for 20 thugs. They want Sikiru ni Alapata, Sikiru Fata, all those people they cut meat for. 20 thugs. They are ready to. Someone is ready to sponsor them. 20 thugs. That is the way forward now in that country.
No, any election we do for Nigeria now, but how many thugs you want sponsor?
Now, how many thugs you want? I know. Waiting flyer I want to do. What? Why are you wasting money on printing flyer, T-shirts, all those apron? Who that one help? 2 by 2. How many inches of nail? How many sawmill you want donate? Sawmill, all those things now. That's the slang now. Molotov cocktail. How many you want volunteer? Because it's now a banana republic. We can say this loud and clear. You know why? Because there's no more fucking constitution. Few months ago, it was a taboo because we were well-meaning Nigerians. But not anymore. Not anymore. We will get our country back. On God, we will. But we need to come together. We need to come together and work together. Then we will now be back on a normal playing field. They asked him a technical question. They said, are you ready to sit on a round table with them to negotiate? He said the only reason why he would negotiate with them, to sit with them on the same table, is if they are ready to do a rerun of election between Labour Party and PDP. I'm not sure people listen to that part. He said it loud and clear that what will make me sit down with these demons, these animals, is only if they are ready to leave. But before they leave, they want to make sure, okay, let's sit down and talk about the next election. We want to rerun another election rather between LP and PDP. So, people, you guys are listening to me. I have this last message for you guys. In as much as Aluta class captain has been shouting, revolution now, revolution now, revolution now. You see that word revolution? He did not generate it. He didn't come up with it. He's not the founding father of that word. And guess what? I did not support his revolution now back then, right? And you know why? Because at that point in time, we didn't have enough evidence to prove that the judicial system in Nigeria is corrupt. We did not. Obi did that for us now. Obi took the time, the money, the energy to go to appeal court first and show Nigerians and show Africans and show the entire world how deep the rot is in our system. He figured out that one out and he moved to Supreme. He showed Nigerians, he showed Africans, and he showed the world that, you know what, this is the highest courts in Nigeria. Have you guys now seen how deep the rot is? We know Nigeria is corrupt, but Peter Obi, you can never take it from him. Peter Obi made it official. He made it official that yes, he's corrupt. That was why he didn't probably speak about protest after the election thing. He didn't speak about protest when they were doing the inauguration. He didn't speak about protest about when the Supreme Court was active. Our flesh and body wanted protest, but he knew what he was doing. Now is the time and the kind of uprising that will come up. It will bring out the beast in people. Fella, don't talk all these things. What Nigeria needs right now is a cleansing, a fucking revolution. I'm saying it loud and clear. A fucking revolution. We can say this now simply because there is no rule of law in that country. There is no rule of law in that country. No equal fighting. It's now a totalitarianism operation going on in Nigeria. And we have to take our country back. It's not an echo chamber. We're here to speak about issues and matter arisings. Thanks for coming to Val.
All right. I appreciate you all, my people. Thank you very much. That is violence space right there on X, Twitter. Yes, like I said before, if you know you still have a way you can take Nigeria back, then show us. For me, I've lost all hope. Yes, I've lost all hope. I don't really want to advocate for anything to do with violence in my country. A lot of us have invested in Nigeria. Have that in mind. A lot of us. Some might not agree with me, some might agree with me. Just imagine war or revolution happen right now, and those properties that you've suffered and labored for, and maybe you also have family members back home as well. So for me, the whole thing with concern Nigeria is just stressful, man. It's just stressful. It's stressful. But let me hear from I don't want to stay here for long today. 3 hours is my maximum, but I know I'm not going to achieve that again today. And we don't also have much people here. I only just have 5 people here with me. So I think I should be rounding up anytime soon. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Mr. Jonathan Kingsley, for the 4th time, we call you, Nasa. You are there. You're not
sorry.
responding.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry about that. Probably it's my mic is being on. My mic is being on and off.
All right,
I'm
please
trying
talk
to.
to us. Thank
Yeah,
you.
okay, yeah. Thanks very much, Mr. Elvis. Thanks to everyone there. Thanks to all the family, all the submission, and thanks to Dr. Guru who was here earlier today. Um, I just want to really focus on Mr. Bayo Ononuga, the the spokesman for Mr. Tinubu. But before I do that, I want to talk on the need, emphasize a little bit on what Rufai Husseini said earlier today. We all know the truth, we all know the facts that the appointment of INEC, if you want any change, this change that we're talking about, this new Nigeria that we're talking about, it's not something that we just, it's not going to come as in like a combo, like it will just come in one sweep. It's going to be a process, and we have to take it as it comes. It's a step-by-step process, and we got to take it as it comes. Part of that process is this fight to ensure that even in the first place, the appointment of the INEC umpire, the chairman of the electoral body in Nigeria, cannot come from the president. Those are the things, this is part of it. This is one part of it. We need to achieve that. And the people that are now, I've been hearing it all over the place that even the next cycle, 2027, that what we experience in 2023 will be a child's play to what will happen in 2027, that they will rig it, they will take it to another level. But we have to meet them. We have to meet them at their own game or even surpass them. And part of that process is ensuring that even the appointment of the INEC chairman, it cannot be the president. Those are the things that we must agitate for. Those are the things that the elected members, the opposition must go for. They must allow opposition to work, because that is their problem there in Nigeria. They believe that once elections are held, and winners are announced, sworn in, every other person should just keep quiet, enter house, keep your mouth shut. They don't want to hear you talk at all until 3 years later, few months to the election. They don't want to hear you talk so that they can go on and do whatever they want to do. Steal the entire country blind. They steal from each and every Nigerian. Not only one, each and every Nigerian. These people, they steal from each and every one of us. Each and every one of the over 200 million Nigerians are the people they are stealing from. And when they are doing that, they want everybody to keep quiet. If you say anything, you are an enemy of the state. If you say anything, you will be arrested. If you say anything, you are inciting people. If you say anything, you are calling for violence. They have it in their playbook. It's just to pick which one that will fit. Which one that will fit any of this. Either you are inciting violence, either you are causing mayhem. They will always find something. The only thing is just keep quiet. Don't talk. And that has been the case. It has always been like that in Nigeria. So for now, they are not used to it. They are not used to what they are seeing. And that brings me to the likes of Bayo Ononuga. They are not used to it. They just want you to keep quiet. But I have one message for him. I have one message for him. They can either take it as a good news or they can take it as bad news, whichever one they want. Is their own, is the ball is in their court. I have one message for him. The fight has just begun. This battle, it has just started. If they think it's going to be like the previous electoral cycle, 1999, people talked and talked. 2003, 2007, and so on and so forth, up to now. They just talk and everybody. This is not going to. The fight has actually just begun. It must. If they can let that sink in. If that can sink in, they will have a different approach. All those rubbish that it came out today, all the statement, you can see the gaslighting. They cannot talk without one way or the other incorporating ethnicity, religion into it. Look at this mess. Look at that statement today, talking about the Anambra State. They can't do anything. Talking about one region of the country that voted for Mr. That one region of the country voted for Mr. Obi and the other part did not. They will always. They are the one that will incite it. They are the one that will gaslight it. And when people react, they will turn it around. That reverse psychology is in their system, is their playbook. Of course, public opinion matters. Public opinion does matters. It is public opinion that drives public policy. It is only in Nigeria that politicians and judges, they will say public opinion does not count. As if the people that elected them, the politicians, are not members of the public. As if those judges, the politicians that even appointed them, they are not responsible to the public. But at the end of the day, they will say the Supreme Court is a center of public policy, because whatever they say becomes the norm in the society. The decision they make, they will say it's final, and then you will say public opinion does not matter. Which they know. Of course, they are not stupid in the sense of it. At least they are educated. They are not dumb. Public opinion does matters, and because public opinion matters, people will talk. Because you don't make your policy for animals, you make your policies for people. People made up the public, and whatever they say does matter. You cannot discount it. You cannot just rubbish it. As a matter of fact, what people say is what drives your policy. So you want people to be quiet, not to say anything, just to be quiet. So how do you derive your policy? How do you come to your policy conclusions if people are not giving the room to be part of the process? And that's the reason why they've been messing up, and they have destroyed that country to where it is today. Because they don't listen. And they can't take it. They are not used to what they are experiencing right now. The likes of Bayo and Onuga cannot, they just can't take it. They want everybody, they want Peter Obi to be quiet, not to say anything. Datti to be quiet, not to say anything. Everything that is said was on the spot. As Dr. Haruna said, which I agree with him completely, Datti only falls short of just telling people to come out tomorrow. The entire of his message is he was telling people, come out. That word was not, that's the only thing he just falls short of saying. Everybody should come out. That's the only thing that does not, everything he said, he was telling people to come out. When they even talk of revolution, there is nothing wrong with revolution, not violence. I'm not talking of violence, I'm not talking of revolution. People can come out and protest peacefully, but it's these people that will hijack it and turn it to violence. Because we saw what happened, we know everything about NSAS of 2020, what happened there. It was intended to be peaceful, but they hijack it and turn it. That is it. That is their playbook. There is nothing wrong. People, Nigerians must must take their country back. We cannot just sit down and be looking. We can't. This is a different time. This is a different season that we are in.
they steal it, run, they grab it, steal it, grab it. But unfortunately for them, they can't run away with this. They can't run away with this. This one is different. So this is what they will face throughout. Nigerians have the right. They have the right, every right, to claim their country back. They have every right to claim their country back. Nobody can stop Nigerians. They can do all this. They can play all their games. But what I do know for sure is that they can't stop Nigerians. I'm talking about coming together, for Nigerians to come together. Yes, it's important for us to come together. But coming together, we must come together with like-minded people. Like-minded people. Because people can be divisive. There are people that can come with intention. They have their own agenda. They're ambitious. They're ambitious. I know people talk about Sowore. I have my own opinion about him. I have my own personal opinion about Sowore. There are so many people supporting. There are people that are supporting him out there. For me personally, I have my opinion. As far as Sowore is concerned, he's a nice guy. He's a nice, good. He has his own ideas, vision for Nigeria. He has his own belief for Nigeria, what direction Nigeria should take. But I believe that, for me personally, I believe Sowore is not ready. He's not the type of man that is ready to be under anybody. He's not. He's not the man. From what I have studied him over the years, especially in the last 1 year, he's not the man that is ready to be under anybody. And I don't think that is the kind of trait you are looking for in a leader. When you talk of coming together now, is it coming together as how Sowore will now say that, okay, he will abandon his vision or his ambition of becoming the president of Nigeria, and then the likes of Peter Obi and Datti, will take charge. Where will you put Sowore? We have to be honest with ourselves. The unity that cannot work, we should not advocate for it. We shouldn't advocate for it. I know it's important for us to come together, for all groups to come together to achieve this objective. But we must know exactly what we're looking for. We must know what we're looking for. We must not make that mistake. So that's my own opinion. I know people have their own opinion as far as Sowore is concerned. But for me personally, that's my personal opinion. That's where I stand. So again, I want to emphasize that for us to move forward in Nigeria, what I'm emphasizing, I'm using this opportunity today for, is that the process may not come in one sweep, like as in overnight. We just have everything. We can get it, as they will say, one by one, step by step. Part of it is agitating for a fair electoral umpire, because what we have right now just can't work. It cannot work. It cannot work. It is not Mahmoud Yakubu that should still be at the ends of affair, calling the shots of Nigeria election. This is someone that should at best for him now, that man should not even be in that. Is the best thing for, he should have run out of that country. Other than that, he should be in prison by now. But here we are. That's Nigeria for you. And he's still calling the shots. He's still calling the shot as we speak right now. So any election in Nigeria, if we want anything to happen different from 2023, that is the starting point. That is part of the process that we must achieve. We must achieve that. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I will leave it at that for now. There's still more opportunity. I'll come back on board. Thanks very much. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. God bless you, sir. We are even rounding up now. Like I said, my target was 3 hours today. We are just a few minutes past 3 hours now. So I'd like us to have a final submission so that we can round up. Okay, Mr. Frank, I'll post the link now while we are having a final submission. You're only coming in for a final submission. Who say no, because when I want to drag me go where I don't know. Now I want to enter. So this link is only for Mr. F. Emmanuel. May anybody not use and come for this evening? Just go sleep. Thank you. All right. Mr. Oduwa, sir, please give us your final submission, sir, if you are still there.
Good evening, everyone. All I will just say is, please let us put on the thinking cap and begin to focus on what the strategies, because these people who don't supposed to be a lawyer have been lawyer, who don't supposed to be judge have been the judge, who don't supposed to be ministers, all of them have been in the positions. So that is why it's difficult to find the good people. But I still pray that no one should give up, whether Sowore or LP, whoever that is fighting the cause should keep on fighting, because everybody have different ideas. But that's why we have different eyes, but we see the same sky. So we are all fighting for this to have the better Nigeria. So for me, I urge us to begin to have solutions on laws that guide the country before 2027, so that these people cannot pass anywhere, because they cannot say go to court that time when they know that if they go to court, the law that will come out in the court is going to be against them. So they cannot say we have said go to court. So that is what those kind of laws is what we need to focus on and to be implemented before that time. Thank you. God bless everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. May God bless you. Thank you. All right. Let me come to Mr. Chuksobibweze. Good evening to you, sir. Please give us your final submission.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, fellow panelists. Good evening, those watching us around the world, and of course, our most important section, the comment section. Mr. Jonathan, I just want to thank you and thank everybody that has spoken before now. Because what you guys have said, if you really take a look at it, it's exactly in the direction of our principal, our vice principal, and everybody that wants Nigeria to move forward. This is why we're here, and we will continue to educate ourselves, because why we are here is just about the education. Because without we getting that knowledge, with all these things we are saying, it can't work. But because of platforms like this, saying it as it is, laying the foundation, making sure that people understand, when we talk about revolution, it's not about destroying things. So, Mr. Elvis, don't freak out, please, when you hear that word. It's just in the context of Nigeria, because in Nigeria, everything is violent from the government, not from any other individual, and that's why we are scared to use words that are meant, to educate people, words that are normally used every day to say, hey, what is revolution? Revolution is a drastic change, to change the way we're doing something, and it must come. It must come. If I were in Obi's shoe, but I'm not Obi, I will use that kind of words, and explain it so that nobody will get me, will misunderstand me, because this is what it is: drastic change, real change. That's what we ought to do. Like what they put forward, having a one-term president across the whole region. Even me, I will advocate that we get, after that president, we get 6 vice presidents. 6, apart from the one with the president himself. All region will have their vice president who will stand and represent them. And this is the people. And listen, if Nigeria has to do something, we need to have a real change. Take away this House of Assembly or whatever they call them. Just only one legislator we will have. Then the vice president will do the job of House of Assemblies. They will live in the region, talking to the people, not going to Abuja. No. They go once in a month or whatever to Abuja to say, this is what my people say you should give to me, or we need, or we want it to be like this. Then they debate it and come back home with answers. Not all this bunch of, I don't want to call them names, but all this bunch of criminals. We can see the Labour Party this thing. Yes, you are 8 in number. You can't change anything according to you. But you can stand tall by first of all saying, I am not taking this because it is wrong. Look, FFP or whatever they call them in South Africa, Julius Malema's party. This is how they started. They were very little. But when they got there, they made their voice heard, even more than the people who are majority. If they want them to disrupt the session, they disrupt the session. Make sure that if they ask them to work out, every one of them works out. Because they have agenda. They know what they're going. This Labour Party, in fact, I'm afraid of them. Because it's like nobody understands the principles of the principles of what they are doing. Because if they understand this, they should know that, look, one of the things their principal is talking about is reducing the cost of governance. So how are they helping to see that the principal is preaching? And that's why Rufai has the right to call our principal out to say, hey, even if you know they can't do this, but make sure you save your name by calling them to order. It is not a must that they will obey you or they will do that. But if you put it out there, this is not our ideology. They can understand that. So that when we start voting them out, they will not be surprised. That's what I expect from our principal. Please, put it out there. I know the Labour chairman have said it and said it openly. But you are now the leader of the party. A big one for that matter. So please make sure these people represent what you represent. Or even though they're not going to, make sure your voice is out there, because we cannot continue this way. Like I said, we know they can hardly change something, but they can have their voice. Because in fact, if you don't come out to say this is wrong, how would Nigerians know that this is wrong? If you go there as a OES member and you allow them to buy you cars and buy theirs, how would Nigerians know that this is wrong in our system? But if you have protested, it will be all over the news. People will know, yes, this is what you stand for. And that is how you get more people into your fold. Because right now, people are even questioning what is so special about this labor if they're not asking the real questions Nigerians want them to ask. So those who are on the fence won't come in. Because if, for example, now I'm on the fence, I won't join that seeing this. I won't vote for any labor seeing this. Because the ones you voted, there's no change apart from a few of them, like the governor in Abia State. So we need to do the diligence so that we, the labor, the obedient, we can go in the same direction. Because there's no way we can come out of this quagmire except we go the same direction. But if the elected members are going on a different direction, it's gonna be hard. I will quickly talk on the buyer Nonuga. Look, we don't have to come here. We know who he is, and these are the people that are holding Nigeria down. Like Mr. Jonathan said, he has never seen this before. You know, before now, you do election, they tell you to shut up and get inside, and that is, once we finish election, opposition is finished. That is it. But I'm happy that our principal had declared it, that he has been an opposition. Like Rufai advised, come out with plans. Put those plans out there and start hammering it on these people. Because whether we like it or not, as far as these people are still there, our people need to survive. Our people need a better life. And if we don't contribute towards that, there's no way it's going to be possible. So, Baya Nonuga, I'm sorry. We will continue to hear this. We will continue to see this. And that's why I'm glad the way Dr. I forgot his name, Dr. Datti said it. He made it clear. We Nigerians, we are not ready yet. When we are ready, you can't stop us from taking back our country. You can't stop us. And I hope people are listening, because he has sent out that same message that Amechi has been preaching all through. He has made it clear without missing words. He made it clear. If you're ready, let us go and take back our country, because that is what we need right now. We can't afford these people to stay there for 4 years. Even though we still agree that we should change so many things. And another thing I'm saying, let us not make the same mistake we did last time. When these people put anything out there as a law, we need to, because we've seen it. Immediately they pass that as a law, they tell us to shut up, that our opinion doesn't matter anymore. And that's what we've been saying here. It's not because Rufai said it. We've been saying it here. If you vote, anytime you vote, you are giving them all the power you possess to act on your behalf. And yet, they told us that we don't have rights. And you can see how shameful Abati always look anytime Rufai mentioned that. Because he knew, like Mr. Jonathan said, he is not dumb not to understand that the power they derive to even sit there and make that judgment come from the people. Like Rufai said, when the constitution was created, he said, we the people. He didn't say we the judges that will interpret it. He said, we the people. So who are you? And that is what we are talking about, because many Nigerians don't understand this. And that's why platforms like this are very, very important. Very, very important, because many Nigerians don't understand this. Because if they do, on that very day of the court, they will tell them, look, you must give us justice. Not the crap you write there, telling them how to do things. Not that. Justice must be seen to be done. Because there's no any other thing. Why are we even talking about going to get justice? What is justice? Can you say it's technicalities? What is even justice? And that's why it bothers me that in fact, the first thing these people did was to deny us a proper education. A proper education. You can go to school without being educated. Quote me anywhere. Because so many of them, they've been to school, but they are not educated. To be educated is to do things in a common sense. Simple. You cannot tell me about technicalities and at the same time talk about justice. You could have told us that we are going there for judgment, not justice. And we will understand you. So please, Nigerians, we need to work hard. We need to do it right now. All these things, all these ideas, we need to start putting them into place because it's the right time. We dare not miss this time. And I use the same opportunity to call everybody, all Nigerians. We need to forget parties now. We need to forget all our affiliations. Our affiliations should be the sufferings of Nigerians in general and how we will come together and take our country back from these people, because they're not going to have it for long. That is one thing I know. I yield here, Mr. Elvis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chuk. So, God bless you, sir. Thank you very much for that wonderful submission. When they are ready, yes, I believe they will take their country back according to that, Ahmed. Thank you very much, Madam Joy, for calling back again. Please, 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
It's Madam Origin.
Madam
Thank
Origin.
you.
Thank you.
I greet everyone. Thank you all. Mr. Niger was just a quick one. I want to highlight on what Dr. Haruna, highlighted when he was speaking to us. I take it this way. I will go around and then I'll come back to that point. Today, NYSC will pay a fine of 5 million naira to a man who committed a crime of forgery, because they maintain that the certificate that he presented was not from them. Today, people that won fair and square are being recalled and replaced by individuals that did not win. The judiciary is recalling people that won fair and square, and they are being replaced by people that lost elections. So, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi I have never seen in my life, in the history of Nigeria, the number of people we followed up. We knew that people came out en masse and voted him in, and see how we were treated. Dr. Haruna said 80% of Imo people are ready to vote the criminal, the man that has been buying them for the last 3 years, the terrorists in Imo State. They are ready, but he is not sure. Now, let's remind us, in Nasarawa, they called the election results while the thing is going on. The elections were still going on. What is the guarantee that the Imo people are not going to be buyed and all that? So what am I saying? My question is, how can we get this one win? I call on everyone, every civil rights leader in Imo, Kogi, Bayelsa, to come and give us this one win. Let the people of Nigeria smile at once. To disrupt INEC. INEC does not have the last say. They will not do, because we know what they are going to do. How can we disrupt INEC? How can we stop them? How can we stop this election? Because we know what the experience have told us, that what they are going to do. At least I can hold on what Dr. Haruna said. Imo people are ready. So I call on every opposition party, my president, Vice President Atiku, all of you, I call on everyone, anyone that is opposition, let us do this one. Let us get this one win. Disrupt INEC. Refuse this until they present to us a person and a lawful system to conduct election. I rest it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. May God bless you. Thank you. All right. Let me come to the next person here. Mr. F. Emmanuel, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Please give us your final submission. Thank you.
Hey, my big bros, how far? And the hello.
We did, yes, sir. Thank you.
This one never be submit one. You don't they give me final. I enter one chance today. Okay.
Because you come late.
No, I understand. We need to save time. Anyway, a quick one. I just want to say something with respect to what Rufai said. specifically with respect to what Obi also said. You know, we've been saying this time without number about those our representative, those Labour Party people that won on the plot of change, on the plot of a new Nigeria is possible. I think there are other 7 of them or 8 of them. I can't remember their number. You know, everybody is watching. All meaning Nigerians are watching. The obedience are watching. Because when we will be talking about this thing, when Agbadoman came to give this 150 million or 60 million vehicles, none of them said anything. Look at it now. Rufai have picked it up, and brought it to the media, which is true. That is that make the leader of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, look as if he were to be in seat, he wouldn't be able to deliver. Because if some of his people are right there in this present government and they're not revolting and they're not also saying otherwise, they are just following the flow of whatever that is happening there, that means it is assumed that what he is preaching is not real. It's just unfortunate. How can they just keep quiet, making us look stupid, making us look as if we are not reasonable? We are building our mantra. Our mantra is on from consumption to production, right? And cost of governance. But these people now went there and just kept mute, which is very unfair. Wherever they are, I think they should be hearing what we are saying now. They need to speak up. Because this government, their tactics is to ensure that everybody, no matter how righteous you are, you need to come and whine and dine in with their unrighteousness. Whatever money cannot do, more money can do. That is their own mantra. That's their own belief. And they be having their way so far. And yet you got in there on the basis of consumption, from consumption to production, and you kept quiet. They bribed you of 160,000 cars, and you accepted it. You kept quiet. You didn't say anything. Look at it now. They're accusing your principal. That your people inside there, that in the house, they're not even saying anything. Which is not good. It is not good. That's by the way. And secondly, I also want to say something. For the fact that Nigerians are not really coming out, they shouldn't take it as if Nigerians are fearful. No. They shouldn't take it as Nigerians are like, how will I put it? Dumb. Nigerians know what to do, but the unfortunate thing is that they know they are not really practicing democracy, because democracy does not call for violence. It doesn't call for buying or shooting or killing or whatever. It calls for peaceful demonstration of your intention to the government. Demonstrate it. We disagree to agree. If you're not agreeing to certain things, you make your voice heard. But just because people are not reacting, that is why they are taking advantage of it. People are not saying anything. That is why they're taking advantage of it and trying to show threats in the event of any action. I don't think that is fair. Nigerians should know that these people have different kind of gimmicks, different kind of strategy. So let's do the needful, because yesterday has been made official that we are opposition. So we need to stand to the test of time, because this is no issue of God come and help us. No, even God fights war. That's why his name is a man of war. You know, so let's not leave everything in the hand of God, praying. No, you can pray, no problem. After you pray, you know, follow it up with action. You know, God shows up in action. He doesn't show up in just cheap talk. You know, so that's for that. So at this point in time, I want to admonish each and every one of us to obedience, the well-meaning Nigerians. Please, the battle lines have been drawn. Let's not keep quiet. A closed mouth is a closed destiny. Please, any way we just need to make our voice to be heard, let's get it done. Let all hands be on deck. Datti has spoken out. Obi has spoken out. I think that is enough. They know. They are hearing us. Let's do the needful. Let's make them uncomfortable on that seat that they stole. Let's make them uncomfortable. Because if we just say move on, then they'll move on with our destiny. They'll move on to your children's destiny. They'll move on to your tomorrow. They'll just move on and you just be suffering. So I admonish us, please, let's awake, let's arise and get back our country. We are the people that has the power, not even those on the uniform. The ordinary Nigerians are the people that has the power in their hands. So please arise and awake. God bless you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. F. Emmanuel. God bless you, sir. Thank you. All right. I would like to move on to the next person quickly so that we can take it from here. Madam Patricia, thank you very much for coming into the panel today. Please, I would like to hear from you. What's your take? Good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you.
Evening. Good evening to all the panelists, and of course, to those on the comment section. Mommy Diaspora, good evening. I came in, Mr. Elvis, because I heard you saying that you want to round up now, and
yes,
you were saying to F Emmanuel that the link is only for him. So I say that link not only one get up. I'll greet you.
Madam Patricia, Elvis na my law, so you know say no go do gra. Because I have a sister with me here.
Anyway, I say not bole only F Emmanuel get that link. Make I come say hello to her. Make her hear my voice. So I not get anything I want to say than yeah, let us keep the fire burning. There is still hope. You know, our principal came out and spoke to us, you know, giving us the roadmap and point us as how we are to comport ourselves going forward. So let us continue to do what we have been doing and even intensify our voices and of course match it with action. Yes, Nigeria need a paradigm shift. That's what Nigeria need. There's no doubt about that. And being the opposition to whatever is on ground now, our voice should be more louder. And I would really want to see this constitution. My dream is to see that constitution, you know, completely replaced and the electoral laws changed so that we, the people, we can actually take ownership of our nation. Because the way it is now, everything that is in that constitution only favor these satanic people. That's what it is. All the clauses they put there. There is always a clause, there's always a loophole for them to manipulate and also wriggle themselves out of any situation. So these are the things that I would personally want to
see, and that we all should engage in it. We should make our voice louder. If really, if with the election, these three states having election this time, Bayelsa, Kogi, and which other one again, Imo. I think no election should hold now. Actually, I think we should supposed to, demand as Nigerians that Mahmoud Yakubu should not be the one conducting this same election again. Since we already knew, well, the kind of dilemma he used everybody to pass through. So I don't see why the elections should hold this time. I think we in Nigeria we should demand the change of replacement of Mahmoud Yakubu, the Ole himself. And that choice should not even come from the person now sitting there, Alhaji Bola Tinubu. It should be Nigerians deciding who they want to be the chair of INEC, not this criminal that is there now for sale Mahmoud. So we don't need it. So that's my take. And of course, Nigerians, they have to arise. Nigerians must arise.
Thank you.
And I know the last person said Nigerians are not fearful. I don't think that's correct. If they are not fearful, what are they waiting for? Yeah, so I believe they are fearful. But you see, fear is what has kept them where they are. Everybody know that the system is corrupt. The system is not working for them. But nobody wants to come out. So what will we call that? Is that not fear? It's fear now. But the thing is, whether you fear or you not fear, you go buy one day. So the best thing for me is better Nigerians come out and say no, we cannot. Either they come out or have a civil disobedience, they can sit at home. If you are afraid, if you fear, say maybe they'll fix by you when you come out, hey, they sit down for house. Yes, that is civil disobedience as well. Sit down for house, everybody there for house. By the time they stay for house, like how many weeks or how many months, the whole country go. There will be something now. There will be. They don't tell them before they go no say they go do something, make them remove or make them change position for where they did now. So that's my take. There are many ways to go about it. If they don't want to go on the street, they can still stay in their houses and only have 1 day or 2. They go market, buy their things, go house. Everybody day for house. Yeah. So that's my take. And I think if they do that, we'll see results. If they are afraid to go out because they don't know whether they will send their dogs after them. So that is it. So I will thank you, Mr. Ives, for the opportunity. May the Lord continue to strengthen you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma. Thank you very much, Mother Patricia. A big amen to that. Thank you. All right, my people, let's move on. Let me call on the next person we have here. We have Madarita just joining us. Madarita, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you. I'd like you to talk to us. Your final
Yes,
submission.
final submission. Okay. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Mommy Diaspora Mama. Good evening to everyone, and those in the panel section. Good evening, Princess Patricia. Yes, I'm eager to come because there's one thing that I really, really want to say and respond to, and that was at the beginning of this show. It was Rufai's response. Mr. Elvis, you played the video, or rather, I think it was a radio station. Rufai's response to Yusuf Baba Ahmed's response yesterday on Arise with Mr. Charles. And there's something that he said, I wish he had said that, although he admitted, he said, I haven't listened to the full text or the full interview. However, I was hearing different bits and pieces from people around me. And he used that to judge, and he made his comments, and his comments were very, very unfair. And I was expecting that he would say, you know what, I'm not going to comment on that until I watch the interview, and I'll make my comments. I didn't expect Rufai to come out and start saying that, that Baba Ahmed, that he should be careful, he shouldn't incite this or that. Man, I was really, I wished I had the opportunity to actually even respond directly, because number one, I think there's something that, there's this narrative that you see majority of the mainstream media wants to give out. And the narrative is we can still trust the system. We should stand in line. We should align with the law. We should align with the constitution. We should align with the fraudulent leaders. Let us be careful. It's like they expect us to be working on pins and needles. That is not going to make Nigeria the country that we want. Mr. Rufai, if you are listening or your handlers are listening, you shouldn't have said what you said against Datti's interview, especially when you admitted that you haven't watched it yet. What Datti said is what Nigerians need to do and what Nigerians needed to hear. It's what Nigerians needed to hear. How can you, right now, we are at the point right now. It's like we are at the point where there's no need for behaving well. And that's why sometimes I like this violent space. There's no need to be overly too nice or respectful. Yes, respectful for people who don't care about you. People who steal from you. And they steal from you in broad daylight and tell you to your face, yes, I stole from you and there's nothing you can do. Then I should be holding your hand and say, thank you, sir. I will even add sir to the thank you or thank you, ma. Ha. Please, we're at that point where since they don't care about us, since the Supreme Court has validated forgery, has validated narcotic sale, if you're a narcotic baron of any kind, it is legal for you to enter any political position. Since the Supreme Court wizards, they have legalized you being a drug baron, you can go for any position. They have legalized illegality with this fake body called INEC that should be scrapped. They have legalized forgery of certificates. They have legalized identity theft. So what else is there? What else is there? So I could understand the frustration on Datti. He said before May 29th, he said, Ariwala, if you swear this man in, you have murdered democracy, and it's murdered already. What else is there? And then you now have someone like Rufai responding and saying, should be careful. Careful about what? Careful about what? Careful with what we say? Or we should be careful with the truth? We should be careful with, working on pins and needles? Hello? I don't know. It's like, when I hear statements like that, I get really upset and I get very, 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 very irritated. Very, very irritated. So that's why right now, at this point, Nigerians should not have patience for the likes of Professor of Rice and Beans coming out to talk nonsense, or for the likes of Bayo and Onuga talking nonsense. We'll give it to them back to back. That is the point where we are in. Nigeria has to change for good. Nigeria has to change for good. The suffering is too much. You think it's not affecting us in diaspora? I know some of you are working 2, 3, sometimes 4 jobs, excluding what you do in your own personal life, in your home, just because you need to help somebody pay school fees, pay rent. Christmas is coming. You're expected to do what you're expected to do. And if you were paying 100,000 naira last year for Christmas, you're going to be thinking of paying 250,000 naira. Because the reality is things are expensive. And in the Nigerian market system, when it's Christmas period, everything doubles, if not triples. I didn't even include fuel because everybody is trekking now. I don't want to even include that. Everything is expensive. So when things are getting so bad, and these rich people, they will go and spend their Christmas in Aspen or somewhere in Paris or somewhere, living lavishly, and they don't understand what it is there's no electricity or there's no food. They don't understand those things. And they're living comfortable. Their children don't understand all these things. They don't care. Haven't we seen all these things that's been happening with Wike? All the ranting he was ranting for those months, he was doing it for himself. Even the one that are ranting now, like Dino, he's doing it for himself. All of them who are, even Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, he's doing it for himself too. The only person that I know is selfless, and I've seen it with evidence, is Peter Obi. Is Peter Obi. So you know, let nobody water down, you know, when we're trying to express ourselves, or we're trying to like make the change or educate people or inspire people. You now have a journalist trying to water you down, and let us be careful. Datti said what Nigerians needed to hear. You could see he wasn't talking much, like, and he's the kind of man that he doesn't mince his words. He has understood and he knows his rights. It's because we have been battered by the military junta. Nigerians were suffering from PTSD. I keep saying it. People saying I just want to use the word PTSD. It's not just PTSD of we are suffering. Like we're in a generation of this PTSD that has even transcended to even the present generation. The present generation, they don't understand Abacha days or Babangida days. Many of them, they don't really understand those days. But you see, the PTSD we got from those, the style of governance then is what's affecting us. That's why sometimes there's a sort of resistance in responding or talking, because your parents will tell you, I beg, no talk, oh, or your sister's like, I beg, no talk, oh. You see journalists who say, please be very careful. Look, example was what Charles was doing yesterday, was trying to cut off Datti. Is that thing sometimes unconsciously we don't know that we have it, but that's what's going on. I remember there was a gentleman that came to the show. I think he comes sometime. He said he was in Nigerian army before he left Nigeria. When we were talking about, you know, we need to speak up, he was like, you know what happened in SARS? You know, that fear, he was already putting it there, and then we had to stop him. Like, no, we cannot put put fear in the minds of Nigerians now. We need to make them to be brave. That's what this talking is all about. To realize that they have the power. We don't want anybody to water us down to tell us you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do that. Now we did where we did so. Our parents generation failed us because they also had some form of PTSD because of the style of governments that we had. You know, so I'm happy that he understands he understands Nigeria, and he said Peter Obi and we understand what is going on, we understand governance. And there's something that I picked when I listened to the interview again today. He said something. He said one of the reasons why he wasn't coming out, I remember we were saying in this channel, like, you know, when Peter Obi comes, we don't see Datti. His life was threatened. He just said it. Shetima, they already planning to arrest him. His life was threatened, and that's why I say we don't even know what is really going on. Sometimes we don't even see, you know, and Datti. We don't know, even Peter Obi, and they cannot tell us everything now. You know, so what is left is for us to speak out, encourage people, inspire people, and let them know that Nigerians, we don't know that we have, the majority of Nigerians don't know that they have the power to oust this man, this apparition in this foreigner in Aso Rock. Many Nigerians don't know they have the power. Even the market woman, she doesn't know she has the power. The young boy or girl, even the students that they've increased their school fees now, they don't know that they have the power to make that change. And that's what Datti was trying to educate people. That the judiciary will not give you the kind of country that you want. It is you that will determine the kind of country that you want. That's why he said, I am here to educate. And I'm so happy that he understood how the media works. He understood what Charles was trying to do. His own is, I have a mission here. I'm going to speak out and educate people and inspire people. However they want to decode it, let them decode it. But I've said what I want to say. And I know I am a northern person. I am a Fulani, and I'm untouchable. And that is what we saw today. He's untouchable. Instead of them to talk about Datti, Bayo, the rancid Bayo and Anonuga, he was just trying to just jab at Peter Obi. Why not talk about something that was even more heightened, more passionate than that of what Datti said? Nobody has responded. So you see, it is glaringly clear that the Northern Caliphate, the Fulani, the ones in the echelons of society, they are in charge. Nobody is talking about arresting Datti. Bayo Anonuga, where is Festus Akamu? Normally, he will have had a press conference and say, I will personally use my money to go and arrest this man, insulting his president. They're all quiet. Where is FFK? The toothless. No, nobody dare respond. I'm saying it. They dare not respond or arrest Datti. And it's not about being, okay, Nigerians might not support. It's because the Northern Caliphate are controlling Nigeria. Because they know that it's untouchable. Because they know that if they try it, something will happen. That is why they will not touch him. They will not even comment. Even if they want to comment, they will do it in such a way that they will blame Peter Obi. That is the style. This is what Datti did yesterday. I just explained to us how the fabric of Nigeria. The Northerners have more upper hands in terms of power. They can say what they want to say, and nobody will arrest them. They can do what they want to do, and not a day, as Bini will say, nothing will happen. That's what happened. So please, let us not be gagged. Let us keep encouraging ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Anyway, is to be honest, Nigeria matter, because it looks like, you know, some part of the country have upper hand than other part of the country. You know, since yesterday till now, no single write-up against Datti, no single interview granted against Datti, no single article against Datti. If this was Peter Obi that gave us an interview yesterday.
But is that not clear that that should be the reason why the country is supposed to split? If that's the case,
That's what I don't know. That's what it looks like, because it's not looking good.
Exactly. That's how it's supposed to be.
It's sad. It's sad. If this was Peter Obi,
is it not what Tony had been saying, and everybody had been attacking Tony? You see that?
Tony has not been saying. Tony, the only thing Tony preaches is let the country divide. And when you make such statements, the country cannot divide like you are sharing a piece of cake. It doesn't work that way. It's not like you are sharing a piece of cake. If you want the country to divide, there's a process. There's a process for it to happen.
Who's going to do it?
There's a process, and you need a leader that will listen to you, that will reason with you, to say, oh, you know what? Let us sit down together. 2014 confab, the report, it has gone to voicemail. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's bringing out that report. So when people say, let us divide, it's like you're just saying a word and it's just floating in the air. There's a process to divide Nigeria. If you want Nigeria to divide, there is a process. And that process is not just by saying it. It starts with leadership. It starts with
Sister Rita, I know Tony sometimes he has some points. Sometimes he talk out of point and sometimes insult a bunch.
I'm not interested about Tony. I'm talking about anybody that is saying, even all these different agitations we are seeing today, the East or the Yoruba people or Midwestern or whatever, everybody wants to divide. When people keep saying this thing repeatedly, I get really irritated in the sense that, is it that people do not want to understand how this thing works, or they're just saying it because, like they usually say, you're just being emotional or you're upset? Or is it that you don't understand, or you're not willing to even understand? Okay, if you're saying let the country divide, please ask somebody. It's easy. Ask somebody, please. Oh, I want Nigeria to divide. If we have to go that route, how can we go about it? And the person will tell you the process. Then you will start working on getting to that process where your dreams will be actualized. So stop saying let Nigeria divide. It's an empty statement. It's uneducative. It's not even inspiring. And it's so annoying because at this point, Mr. Elvis, everybody, we have to stand on our toes. We have to get ourselves, understand the system, educate ourselves, not just talking for the sake of talking. If Nigeria has to divide, there's a process.
Madam Rita, let me say something.
The talking comes before the process. You talk, and then
exactly.
People keep being repetitive, and they say it like
groups.
Sister Rita, it's a point to start thinking on what to do.
It's always the point to start any action.
Exactly.
So, talking about, we know that the 100-year amalgamation has been over. But like I said many times in this platform, is that I don't even see it that these people are going to agree to you saying you are going. The best thing is to walk out. That's how it's going to be, because they are never going to let you go.
Because they are taking the power into their hands, and we allow them.
Wasting time.
You know?
You will be wasting time, because if they wanted to do it, they raised this matter before. You just said it now, they swept it under the carpet for how many years now? So who is going to bring it? The best thing is for we to now know how to do it is we just walk out. It starts by leadership, yes. But if you are thinking you are going to bring those, they are going to comply to say, okay, let us go in peace, I think then you really wait.
According to Sister Rita now, this is... According to you, Sister Rita, the way Tony brought it out now, anybody that have been saying it, there's a point where we have to start working, getting together to work on this on this, on how to go about it.
Yeah, let me tell you
Let
something.
me
Mr.
comment.
Tony has been saying it. He has been saying it repeatedly. I'm not saying what he's saying is wrong, but when you are saying it repeatedly, you don't want to understand that there's a process to it. Okay, you said it for over 1 year. Fine. Continually saying it now becomes like noise eventually because nobody will listen to you. That's the issue. That's part of the issue of this Biafra thing people talk about, or this Yoruba nation thing. There's a process to every change in any society or in any country.
Madam
All
Rita,
the countries
Madam
in
Rita,
Europe that divided, there
Madam
was a
Rita,
process.
Madam
Sister
Rita,
Rita,
Can I finish?
Sister Rita, don't you think now Yoruba want their own, Igbo want their own? Don't you think it's a point for us to start demanding for our own, each and every one of us?
Ijo wants Ijo nation. Everybody
see,
wants
the
their own, but there is a process.
Madam Rita, the
Let us start
process you
dealing
are
with
talking,
that.
wait, the process you are talking about, that process you are talking about, you know that even there are groups in Nigeria that have been following process. There are process. People are aware of that. So there are groups that are following the process to the letter, apart from talking.
Sir,
What we
this
have,
process we are
in
talking about
Nigeria,
starts with leadership. And that is the
that is
political power. You need political power to make
where
changes.
that's
That's
where
my
the
point.
talking comes from. That's where you have to talk and communicate with each other so that you can coalesce and come together as a group. But even though there are groups, for example, the Yoruba nation, they are working, there are processes that they are following, and they are following, but they still have that problem of unity. There is no unity. There is no effective communication
That is
amongst them.
why the leadership, listen, we have leadership and followership problem in Nigeria. If we had a sane person, a reasonable human being like Peter
You know
Obi
why?
as president, a brave man.
Even
Let
what
me
we are
finish, sir.
facing presently.
Excuse me, sir. We need, first of all, I've always said Nigeria needs a benevolent dictator. I'm very careful when I use those words. A benevolent dictator. Somebody that we really that understands the atmosphere of Nigeria, respects everybody. We sit down and listen to the Igbo man complain about his pains. We listen to the Yoruba man. We even listen to the Fulani man. We listen to the Benin man and say, this is my pain. That is what part of what the confab is. And that leader, because we're in a democratic process, whether anybody likes it or not, that's part of the process. And it starts with the power in Abuja. So the person sitting down there, if that person was a benevolent dictator or somebody who is willing to listen and who is brave enough, that keyword brave, because we need brave leaders right now, brave enough to sit down and actually implement what these agitators are saying. Because all these leaders we've had so far, they are not brave.
Madam Rita,
that came from Katsina State is not brave. This lily-livered apparition, I don't know what he is. He's in Aso Rock. Definitely is not brave. When that woman, Alaja Alatu, said she went to see him in London, he was like, oh, I don't want to discuss the Fulani herdsmen because I don't want them to buy me. What does that tell you? He's there for himself. He's not brave. He's not brave. Now we have someone like Datti coming out and someone like Rufai saying should not talk, or somebody even this Niger Watch now that they've been attacking Niger Watch now. We are brave. That's why we are speaking out like this. Nigeria needs a brave leader for those agitators to even be listened to. And that is where we have to pinpoint on power,
do you think
political power.
Do you think if any brave president is there, he will agree for us to separate? You think so?
Listen. When
Madam
you sit
Rita,
down, listen. When you
Madam
sit down,
Rita, that is completely a dream. Completely. I'm sorry, with all due respect. Yeah, if these people cannot come on, Madam Rita, can I speak, please?
Yes, sir.
You see, if these people cannot agree, you and I, to just go back to region, and you're thinking about no man in Nigeria will come out there, no matter how brave that man is, as a leader of Nigeria, to say that. I doubt it.
Let us get the leadership. Let us get the leadership. Then when we get to that bridge, we will cross it. But right
because
now,
the fact is, right?
Leadership, sir. We don't have it.
You see, no matter what, there's people who believe. You know the word they are using. Our unity is non-negotiable. One indivisible Nigeria. You may not understand the full meaning of these things, and that is why they choose the people that they're allowed to sit on that seat. I'm just saying it as it is.
I understand
because
where you're coming from, sir. I understand where you're
is it
coming
not
from.
That is
our
the problem we are
excellency
facing.
Peter
However,
Obi that we are the brave man that we are now fighting for now? What happened now? And
listen,
you
Nigeria,
know, for the long time,
Imagine
excuse me,
1966.
Nigeria has a lot of issues right
Odumegwu
now.
Ojukwu never say
Excuse me, sir.
Nigeria, I mean, the Igbos are going away. What he was demanding is let us go back to regions. That's
Because
what
we
that man
identified that
was
we are different
demanding.
in our ways. We are different in our style. That is what. Listen, we're having this discussion because of what Mr. Tony always say. Let's divide Nigeria. I say it's easy to say the word. Let Nigeria divide. What are you doing? Do you know the process of it being for that thing to happen? That's where this discussion came from. Nigeria has plenty issues, but in terms of that division of Nigeria, there is a process to it. And if you don't have the power, that is said yesterday. He said the British people, they didn't come to Nigeria with guns or anything. They came because they had power and they divided Nigeria. So before you need to even do anything in a very vicious cycle like Nigeria as a nation right now, we the people have to have the power. To get there is very difficult, but we have to be brave enough to get our country back. That's what Ahmed was trying to deliver yesterday.
You are correct.
So all this agitation, all this problem, we need to take Nigeria back before we even start of any talk about division or division of labor or whether it's a northern or middle west. If we don't have the power, listen, if you don't have the power, you can't do nothing. And many people don't know that we have the power because even our educational system don't even teach the people enough to understand that I have the power to change things in my country. We don't know. Everybody's living on fear, PTSD from the military junta. That's just what we're living on.
Okay, let me just say one thing to what you have said. You have a very, very valid point with respect to with respect to the process. Okay, let's also look at it this way, right? We are amalgamated. Look at it in this perspective, just like the issue of husband and a wife, right? Before they get to the court of divorce, there has been a lot of rancor, a lot of disagreement, a lot of what he likes or what he dislikes, and all that, right? Before they not get to the point of going to the court to sign off that divorce paper. That is at the side. Why some say in marriage, they don't even go to that court at all. Either the man walk away or the woman walks away, and that ends it. But the most important thing that I want you to understand is that the aspect of talking comes first. As per each of the spouse will be making his intention known, will be complaining, will be saying things over time before it gets to that process you're talking about right now. I agree with you 100%, but that talking is the starting point.
All right. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We are hearing you, Mr. Edis. We are hearing you.
Thank you. Okay. If I have to come in what Mandarita was saying and what Tony had been advocating according to Madam Ahmed Bright, yeah, Tony is right. What Mandarita is saying is that we can easily just say all we need is division. Let's separate the country and let's go. Let's separate the country and let's go. But how are you going to do it if you don't have the right people in place, the right people in power? Who is going to separate the country for you? It's just like somebody saying that, we should report Tinubu to the House of Rep or to the Senate. It's like you are joking. Yes, if you have the right people in place and they want to divide Nigeria or separate the country or whatever, yeah, that can work. But even though you're advocating for it now, how is it going to happen? Can the people share the country? Is it possible? To share country have to happen through constitution, right? It needs to happen through constitutional process. No matter any kind of agitation that we are going to have today, can they actually share the country? I don't believe so. So that's what we're saying.
How is the Yoruba and the Igbo that they agitate? How do they do their own?
Do what?
How they agitated now to separate from Nigeria? How do they start? Can't others start Can't we start the same way?
So who is listening to them now? How many years have they been doing it? Do you know how many years Igbo people have been crying for Biafra?
We should all start that way. We all be crying. If all of us are crying, then things will work out.
So, do you know how many Easterners that have lost their lives? We should
Yes,
start
that I know. Not just because they hate them and they are afraid of them.
For me, any kind of agitation like that is good, talking about it, but for me, I will not be part of it. Because when I cannot see the head, it's hard for me to follow. I don't just jump on something, start advocating when I know that this kind of advocacy might not lead to anything. So for me, it is I can't see it happening. According to history, Biafra have been there for decades.
Don't you think
right?
if most of us join them, it will also move a little bit?
No, you say if you join them, everybody can join whatever you want to join, but for me, you cannot do anything. That's just the truth. Who is going to share it? It's a question I'm asking, nobody is answering. Even though all of you join anybody, who is going to now say, okay, when I don't shout rich, make we divide that for who? Under who?
Mr. Elvis, when I was making my submission earlier, when I made my submission earlier, that was one of the things I highlighted. But I didn't want to kind of look cynical or kind of look as if I'm, maybe inciting people or anything. But I did mention it that one of the issues is that, coming together, people talk about unity. Even this present fight that we're into now for the good and betterment of Nigeria, one of the stumbling block has been unity, coming together. We all want Nigeria to be good. And there are people that are not coming on board to support this fight. And I mentioned specifically the likes of Showore. He has supporters. But right now, it is either Showore or nobody else in Nigeria. It is either Showore, it is either his way or the highway. It does not matter.
Saying, sir, I understand. It's like this is another area you're going right now. What Madam Ame is saying is that if everybody join together, we can achieve this separation. How? Who will authorize it? Who will grant it? Under which government?
See,
you answer that now. You want to start?
We can come to the way to do it is still to come together, because if we come together, our voice will be louder, and the government, the power that be, will listen. They will listen.
That's what I'm saying. If people come out, Yoruba come out, Bini come out, other tribe come out. If we all are shouting, who is left over? All let the Fulani. We all shout.
Our voice, everybody should come out. One thing you guys must know, I don't want to sound negative. For all tribes to come together in Nigeria is impossible.
Mr. Elvis, sorry for cutting you short. Let me go a little bit historical. The former USSR today that has, split up to, dozens of nations. When they started, I recall perfectly well, in 1991-92, one nation, first of all, broke out of USSR, right? When they broke out of USSR, 3 months later, less than 6 months later, from that nation, 2 broke out. How do we relate that to Nigeria? If the Igbo and the Ijaw people now, and they come to, they unite together, their voice will be stronger. Within themselves, they know they can now break out within themselves later. But if they want to do it piece by piece, it becomes more challenging, especially for a multi-ethnic nation like Nigeria. So, for example, even the entire South can decide to break out. Yoruba people can come together with maybe Edo people. Your voice will be more stronger. You can come together because we can listen to ourselves much better.
Anyway, for me, people advocating is not a problem. Let me pick this call quickly. Madam Deborah, thanks for calling in. Good evening to you, man. Please talk to us.
Hello, good evening.
Thank you, madam.
Nigeria Watch.
Thank you
Been a
very much.
while. Good evening to everyone.
Just a quick contribution to the conversation at the moment. I just wanted to say that I agree with what you're trying to say, that any breakup has to be constitutional. That is true. But at the same time, if there are no agitation, it's the agitations that will make the government to say, okay, now that people are angry and they are agitating to go their way, then how do we resolve the issue? That is the only time that they can come to sit down to say, okay, what's the way forward? If people is, for example, if somebody is treating you wrongly and you just kept quiet and you're not saying anything, nothing is going to change. Even in the issue of Scotland, the Scottish people are agitating.
Yeah, but I know you cannot do that kind of comparison, Scotland or whatever. These are structured country. Even though we're agitating Nigeria, under which government that will listen to you to do this? Are you okay? For example, are you going to tell me now that Tinubu's government can share this country?
They will, even if they don't, but if the agitation, when the Niger Delta, I was in Nigeria, I was in Bayelsa then, when the Niger Delta agitations were going on during, I think it was Yaradua then, that was the president. When the Niger Delta people, the militants were agitated, at a point in time, they had to sit down with them to negotiate, to say, okay, now that you people are making a lot of noise, how do we resolve the issue?
But
they had to sit
that one is different. What these people were agitating for is different. We're talking about you are diverting to oil. We're talking about separation. Separation not be my and Gary Madamo. Separation, separating country.
Elvis, but the point is that if you don't, if the agitation would trigger, that's what is going to trigger some kind of
Okay,
attention to say,
for
okay,
me,
let's sit down.
I'm not against the agitation, but what I'm saying is that this government, or maybe the previous government, or Buhari's government, can know, regardless of the amount or the people involved in the agitation, they will never listen to you to share Nigeria. It's not possible. That's part of the reason why these people are fighting for Igbo man not to come in case I don't want to go there. They already know that this might happen. They will not, no matter how you try to do it. They will not share Nigeria.
I remember that time that Buhari was, when Nnamdi Kanu was, when the agitations were coming up strongly. And I remember the comment Buhari made. I think he was happy that when he said he's glad that it's only the East that are agitating and the South are not part of it. So what I still believe strongly is that if a lot of people are part of it and saying, no, we've had enough of this whole thing that is going on, I think that will force them to want to, that whether they like it or not, if the agitations are strong and it's coming from both the South, the East, and it's not just one particular region.
Okay.
I still believe strongly that
Thank
will
you.
send a message to them.
Okay.
To know that, okay, I think
Thank you, madam.
because Buhari said it that time that
Correct.
he's happy that it's only one part, it's just a dot that are agitating, that the other
Okay,
parts
so what you are saying is that everybody should come together and do the same thing, right?
That is what is correct. You know, the doctor will never come. They will never come out to agitate because they're having the upper hand. They will never.
Even if we don't do it under the same umbrella, but everybody can agitate for their own.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. We
Correct.
mustn't come together. It must
Okay,
not
madam.
be like
Thank you, madam
everybody has to
Deborah.
be under one roof.
Thank you.
Everybody
Thank you,
has
madam
to
Deborah.
start agitating.
Thank
We all
you.
have to start making noise.
All right then. Thank you. 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 I need to go now. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Mr.
Elvis. Yeah. Yes, sir. I have somebody on
you
the
see,
screen.
when we
Okay,
talk
go
about breakup,
It's not easy,
Hold on,
you know.
Mr. Tony, please.
Even advanced
Hold
nations
on
can't
now.
do
The
it.
phone.
You
Hold
know,
on. I
I
said,
remember,
I've not heard you. Go ahead, Mr.
I
Chooks.
remember, yeah, I remember Milosevic when they were trying him for war crime. He said, if you are in my shoe, right, that your country wants to divide, you will not allow it to happen. And that is a fact. No country will allow you to agitate to divide. So it is only when the agitation is over them. That's what.
Okay. All right. I understand you, Mr. Chusobibo. Mr. Tony, Africa, please go ahead.
Easy as we see it. So let us,
Okay, Mr. Tony.
you know,
All right.
concentrate on making
Thank you, Mr.
Nigeria,
Chooks.
making them understand that this is what we want, and that is it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chooks. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Tony.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. That woman already called in that when people start to make some move like that, then the government also call people that are saying they are government, the gangsters, they will be afraid. Like Buhari wanted to surrender 5 states to the southeastern states. To the Igbos, but they said no. We want to have something like better. About that's what where that the visit again. So there was another deal they were trying to make out. Meanwhile, I'm not saying that we should approach this. You see, Organa what will be any witness. You see all my commentaries here. You tell me not to you know, you see not to be violence. I always say peaceful separation will happen. And then I'm quite sure that now that they said that Tinubu will remain there now. And then he's dethroning the Northerners now. That power, the power that is the problem, the root causes, which Madarita is misquoting me of now. That I just have to divide. Not like that. I said that we need to get rid of that power structure. That we say that okay, this Tinubu, you represent our northern interest, so you'll be there. This Jonathan, if you don't do what I want, I kick you out. That power that is making Gumi, Malam Gumi, like Erufai to be bragging about that they owe the country. That's what I'm talking about, sir. So the best thing is that we can even go back now and occupy our various local government. Nobody will come and hurt us there. We made some agreement with the Western countries that I'm from Edo State, I'm from Oyo State, I'm from Lagos State. We want to have a zone. The Germans, they will come. We make agreement with them. And you can help us to build.
So the German will just pass Nigerian government and come and listen to you and share Nigeria for you, right?
No. They will support you. I mean,
support what?
I will approach my own local government here, and then I will tell that
this is why I will never support whatever you people are agitating for. To be honest, because you people don't have the realistic process. You go and meet the Germans to come and help you. They'll not listen to you and show do local government for you, right? I beg.
No. I said step by step.
This time is so good.
We are not going to.
Mr. Elvis. He said they will share already. You are so funny, Mr. Elvis. Man. He said the German government come and share already do local government.
I don't understand. This is so realistic.
What a share.
Okay,
for me to join all this agitation or whatever, you must be able to convince me. You convince me. Okay, since Nigerian government did not do go and meet German government.
Mr. Elvis, there is no unity. There is no unity even amongst the people that are fighting or fight for separation. People that even amongst the people that I don't like using the word agitation. Agitation makes you look like someone who is a fighter, a violent person. Using that word, I'm an agitator. I'm not an agitator. I'm fighting for my rights. It is my fundamental right to seek for my freedom in my country. So even amongst them, there is no unity. There's no. That's the issue.
Like Oraka talks, say don't be this one where some people don't already get prime minister. So
now, that's the thing. Now some people don't appoint say they will be prime minister, and everybody wants to be prime minister. See, Mr. Elvis. See, Mr. Can you imagine in Yoruba nation, in the Yoruba nation camp, people that are campaigning for. Somebody don't already appoint ministers. He don't appoint chief of staff, chief of defense staff. You can see that they are joking. These people are joking.
Okay.
You
To
see?
be honest,
So,
a roundup, I will say this. My own mission, I'm not talking for anybody right now. My own mission, my destination, my dedication to what I'm doing today is to see Nigeria work for a better Nigeria. I don't know about tomorrow prospectively. I don't know. As for today, everything you all are seeing I'm doing here, that I've been doing now for the past a decade, is to see Nigeria work.
Sorry, Mr. Elvis, how could Nigeria work when the Fulani, the northern part are
No.
holding
That's
the
your
rest of us
opinion,
ransom?
madam. That's your opinion, madam. That's what I'm saying just now. Let me express
Okay.
my own opinion. You know,
Okay.
everybody have their opinion. For me, it's to see Nigeria work, and that is what I'm doing. Nothing else. You know, I believe anything to do with agitation of separation or whatever will lead to violence, and I'm 100% against that violence. That's my fear. Me don't just like that. So if Mr. A, you like it, is your opinion. You can't take my own opinion from me. And I believe Nigeria can work 100% if you have the right leader. The reason why you and I complaining today, or the reason why we are having agitators here and there, is because all the leaders that have been ruling us, all of them are satanic. So the day God will bless us with the right leader, like we put it in the effort to bring Mr. Peter Obi in. If, for example, Peter Obi was in there, I believe Peter Obi would have been able to change a lot of people's mindsets. Then you now start seeing people that were agitating before for separation. Some of them will now be saying, "I prefer the way it is."
Even Mr. Elvis, even separation is even more possible when the country is working than when the country is not working.
Exactly.
See? Because
That's what Mr. Tony thought. Peaceful separation will not get to come in if there's any need to. Yes, I will support them. But for now, the way you people are going about it, there's a lot of violence. There's a lot of you can even feel it from people's voice. You see people calling to this show now. Maybe they want to contribute to this argument that we'll be having since. You even hear the violence from their voice. And you say,
we should do it peacefully, not with violence. Peaceful.
Me, I'm telling you what I'm seeing here every day, Madam Ame. I mean, some people they call here now. Oh, Mr. Evie, don't just say that. Don't just say that. The only thing we need to Nigeria. No, I don't want to do that. I'm not part of it. If you shout finish, just drop the phone. I don't want to be part of it. No. I don't want to be part of it. Like what Mr. Jonathan Kisley just said now, when there is peace, we have the right leader. Separation can even happen. Then what Mr. Tony was saying will come in place. Peaceful separation. But with the way it's going now, to achieve it might be possible, but it's going to go through the dangerous path. That's why I don't know. So I just hope we find the right leader that will unite Nigeria. This one will be saying at one session, I get Nigeria passed. So yes, I understand everybody's plight. Yes, I'm not beginning to see it because Datti Ahmed talk now for the past 24 hours. No PEM for the whole Nigeria. No PEM, fly, no fly for the whole Nigeria. This one alone opened my own eyes. Say, it get the people, all the real proper cabals who knows they get Nigeria. No PEM, no PEM. Some APC people come interview to fear not let the talk go that area.
Sorry, Mr. Elvis. Sorry, you never say for Benin say if we touch one Hausa, they will finish 10 Benis. You never hear that one? You dare not touch outside Benin.
No, no, that one not the apple, madam. That one not the apple for Benin. No, that one no. I not believe that one. I also not feel come Benin come they misbehave. Say me they not touch you. Now Benin be your state. That not feel the apple. I not believe on all those kind of things. But what I'm trying to say now, we're talking about the elites that is ruling Nigeria, that hold Nigeria, that have the key to Nigeria. So yes, I agree with many of you that Nigeria, we all are in big trouble. I understand, but I will still not support anything to do with violence.
Dear, make it ononuga, buy ononuga. If they really serious, the comment that he made today about Peter Obi, make him make 10% of it about that. If he will still hold
No,
that position
10% are big. You hear say mention that name. You they
by
talk
the
say
end
me
of this year, if he will still there for that position by the end of this year, they will
no,
not kick him
God
out.
Jonathan, you they say me make 10%. Person where you write a whole full dissertation, university dissertation, and you write today. That Ahmed not there from beginning to the end. You say me go to do 10%. You never talk about 1%. So you all mention his name. Okay, why, Madam Ahmed Bright talk? You can't slap me. Now me talk. Mr. Chooks or big ways they talk. You can't they slap me for this side. What did me do? Now be the situation what they see so. That Ahmed talk. Peter Obi they receive the slap. That is if you also listen where Dr. Aruna was coming from, although I didn't want to expatiate it, and that's almost the same area Mandarita was going, that what we need for Nigeria to work is a fearless leader. So is a fearless leader. That one deep. That's what Dr. Aruna was saying today on this channel, and that is the area Mandarita was going. Me personally don't just want to talk on it, but the only area I would like to talk on is to add to what Dr. Aruna said. Let it be it was the other way round. Datti Ahmed is the presidential candidate. Peter Obi is the running mate. He asked today, do you think what is happening right now will happen? You see, the reality most times is some of us shy away from it and argue and go home. Me, I don't argue to win. I've never argued to win. I argue to learn. And I listen when you are speaking. I will be here. Most time you people will be talking here, say, I not there. I give on a platform on you they talk the guy. I don't want moderate anymore. No, me say I know they listen. I learn from you guys as well. We are here to learn. The truth is bitter. We got to say it as it is. A fearless leader. A leader that will say, no, not under my watch, this will happen. The people will say, yes, leader, we follow you. Yes. But these people have so much hate for Mr. Peter Obi to the extent that even Mr. Peter Obi no know what he want to do, may not go fall for their trap, because they set trap everywhere around this man. And they not send only one. They not set only one for Datti. Evil Datti. See the plan where happened yesterday, in case you don't understand. Peter Obi and Datti sit down, they draw him. Say, okay, let me do a press conference. You will just stand with me, not mention anything throughout the press conference. In the evening, you will go one of the channels, Arise or channels, and go and do yours. So, okay, sir. Okay, sir. That I make respect our principal a lot. So, okay, sir, we'll do it like that. So, Peter Obi do you, he go house, go chop and the damn. That I make can scatter everywhere, both the table, both the neighbor, both everybody will use IC. He destroy everybody. And he tell them, you can't do anything. He said, I listen to myself when I'm speaking. I don't talk anyhow. I don't. A sitting president, he call him drug baron, a certificate forger, a criminal, everything. On a national TV, as I they speak, no mainstream newspaper have talked about it. As I speak, nobody from APC have addressed it. Now that they slap Peter Obi. Peter Obi we don't reach house. Now in the morning they do you don't reach out, they chop better part of the yam and a goosey soup. They go, they slap her on top of the table. Say, Peter Obi, come here. So that's what Dr. Aruna was saying. A fearless leader. Regardless of the consequences. A fearless leader. But let me ask you a question before we go. The people I still have here. Anybody that is still on the panel now, or anybody can answer as well from the comment section. Do you think if Showore was that lucky to be in the position of Mr. Peter Obi today, say this crowd where they follow Peter Obi today, now Showore get this crowd, and this thing happen? You see, so your entire house like that.
It will be war.
Nigeria will be turned upside down. Nigeria will be, I repeat it, Nigeria will be turned upside down. Nigeria will be turned upside down. In fact, Nigeria will be turned upside down the very day a certificate was issued to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So we're going to wait, say, let's go to court. So we said it.
Right from the very day Yakubu Mahmoud selected Tinubu, there would have been war.
So to be honest, my people, if you digest it, like I don't want to really expatiate on that. It's not up to you. Everybody where they listen to me. So all of us now adults, go digest that on your own. Say, wait till Dr. Aruna talk today. Wait till moderator they try talk as well. That a fearless leader. What is your take on that? Because if you think we can have Nigeria in the way we are going and become, and I don't know. In fact, I'll just leave my comments. But if these people they decided to take you through rugged path, you got to be ready. Wear Nika, follow the person. If not, you're not ready. That's all.
Thank you very much. They need hot hand too.
Yes, because if you say we could do one like, listen, have you ever, many of them when they watch me so when they are abroad, you never hear the word say bully. Your pikin go cry, come say, mommy, somebody bullied me today. Daddy, somebody bullied me today. You go vex, follow and go school. Better parents go scatter both the principal, everybody. The whole school go to shake. Everywhere go to shake. Say, where is the teacher? Where is the principal? They'll be telling you, calm down, let's settle this matter. You only first check where you go shake that school. Now that day they bully your child rich. That day. But if you be that kind of mama, papa, you can get low. As you call it there, hello, madam, good morning. Yes, my son said somebody bullied him today. Please, in the name of God, Sebo. Please, I've put it on the prayer. Please help my son not to fall. Hey, do you see this one? I say, the principal said, Abi make I kukuma, you slap this woman as well. Listen, the only way I don't want to make more contact and personal. People like me, the history as I take grow till tomorrow, nobody there ever bully me. The history, my history. Now, 2 head you get, who you be? Get the way everybody take day now. As I take grow, forget say you dey UK, not dey UK, forget. But you are not allowing people to step on your head. Doesn't make you a bad person. No. I don't have any criminal to my name all my life. I don't have a bad record, criminal record to my name all my life. So me, I don't feel talking for this platform, this same platform. So say car park argument happened between me and my neighbor. This is about 10, 12 years ago. But I don't talk about this platform. Many of you are going to remember car park arguments where Oyibo, they insult me, I insult them back. Then police come. Police come, the first place where police they go. Now me, fair come they ask question. They ask me question. Then, be like say, thunder strike. Because I know my rights. Me, black and white, they quarrel. You fair come meet me. I take her as an offense. I was the first to start accusing the police, say, you be racist. Me not go see justice for this matter today because the way you come meet me alone, you have already stereotyped me. The police come, they say, no, because UK police, they don't like me to call it that name. No, you cannot. I'm not a racist. You can't do that. You can't do that. Hey, you should do that. You do that. Please, guys, we can't continue like this. It's not working. And we have a caller. Let me take this call quickly. Hello, good evening to you. Jesus is my father. Thanks for calling in. Hello. Good evening, madam. Thanks for calling in. Please, yes, you have to be quick, okay?
Okay. It's me. Jesus is my father.
Yes, I know. I've called your name already. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. I'm just enjoying the program. Although I disagree with some certain things that you said, but never see my brother. I'm from Edo, you understand? I'm from Elema Palace.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
Yes.
You have so much noise on your background, though.
Several times like that. You said that you don't want to be part of the agitation. For me, I'm not supporting one Nigeria because of since I was born, I've never benefited from Nigeria. I've never gained anything as a Nigerian citizen. All I experienced from Nigeria is suffering before I move out of the country. Till now, people there, they are still suffering. So why would I be continuing with a country like that? For me, if you don't want to join the agitation with other people, we have our own state before the journey together as one Nigeria. Our own is
we need to go now, madam.
Why can't we agitate for our own if we don't want to join other people? We have our own before they join Nigeria together.
All right, we need to go now.
Our own is
Thank you.
not better than Nigeria was.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Jesus is my father. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. We need to go now.
Happy right now because of what is going on there. That's why you never see me supporting any fraudulent election in Nigeria. I don't support it.
I know. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for calling. God bless you, man. Thank you. Yes, I understand what she's saying. Jesus is my father, that you can't support this satanic group of people. For me, I don't want you to support anybody, to be honest. Like I said before, I believe so much in Peter Obi. I supported him, and tomorrow I'm proud in supporting this man. No matter how you try to look at scrutinize Mr. Peter Obi, you can't find anything. In fact, you can't find anything with his name that is, how do I put it on? Just do your research, do everything. They have done. APC, despite the deep hatred they have for this man, they could not find any criminal activity attached or affiliated to Mr. Peter Obi's name. They could not. So for me, those people that are agitating, that is fine. I'm not against you. I understand why everybody is agitating. But for me, regardless of any kind of agitation that is going on, it cannot give birth to positivism under the umbrella of this satanic group of people. That is what I'm saying. Like Mr. Jonathan Kisley said, I will support that 100%. That in most cases, a separation happens when there's peace. Yes, if you have the right leader and everything is working in Nigeria, you requested, and whether I request the request put, I don't know, you requested or demand for separation and all that, it can happen, separation, peacefully. But like this, I don't know, but one thing I wanted to say, please, if you're listening to me, whoever you are, don't allow people to step on your head, step. You just be quiet there. We have one life to live. You can't let people bully you, step on your head and all that. Even though, if you see this Mr. Peter Obi case now, Mr. Peter Obi doesn't have anybody apart from us. That's another thing. Yes, it's a beautiful thing to have the people on your side. Yes, but apart from we, the obedient, the concerned Nigerians that love Peter Obi, who is really there for Mr. Peter Obi in terms of our elders, our past rulers or rulers, present or whatever? Who is there for him? None of them. All of them are against him because they know this man is coming. Just imagine Peter Obi and Datti Ahmed, now they power right now. Just imagine the way the year say the other one, EFCC don't carry the prison. The other one, they don't carry this one. That even Peter Obi not do, and Datti Ahmed, Datti Ahmed there, they don't already see him. They don't see him say, may I tell you, in case you don't understand, let me round up with this. What did these people they discuss for inside room as we they talk to, but although our own are public now, right? What did they discuss for inside room? They say, if we not allow them win, all of us go prison. Now, what did I discuss with that? Yes. Just now, it goes, if you not try even you we want try, so you go prison. Remember, I said you do something 10 years ago, we pardon you. You go prison. That's just it. Black Panther, thank you very much for calling, my brother. Good evening to you.
Thank you, Najawa. You see, I support those Mr. and Madam Rita. I want to thank everybody for everything. Sorry for my for what I do. I want to thank everybody for all what you have been doing. You have been saying everybody has different kind of view. You'll be saying what it entails.
You have 2 minutes, so 2 minutes now you get, Baba. 2 minutes.
Let me talk after now. I beg, just at least ask. Margarita said one thing. There is a process. There is a process. But before we get to the process itself, why don't you exhaust? Because we've not gone halfway. One, we have a constitutional problem. We've not ironed that out. We have leadership problem. We've not done that one. If we want to start, because we are not yet a country, we have to make a country, and if it does not work on that part of constitutional issue, then we can start talking, because you got to put it on the round table for everybody to see it, and when everybody comes to round table to see it, then we'll not move a motion. That motion of the constitutional conference has been done, and there's a law backing it. Inside the 2014 constitutional conference by this day that was approved, it was done, it was signed and sealed. Why are we closing that chapter? That's the question I'm asking everybody. Why are we closing it? Thank you, Mr. Najao. That's the question for everybody. Why are we closing that chapter?
Okay. No, I'll ask Tinubu. Listen, I want to ask another question again. Is there anything like a good, I know there's a bad dictator, but is there anything like a good dictator? Because for me, I believe the only way Nigeria can work, we need a dictator, but a good one. But is there anything like a good dictator? Can anybody answer me on the panel?
There's no a dictator, Mr. Elvis. Let me answer it. Just straightforward. There is nothing like a good dictator. A dictator is a dictator. Simple as that. But you can have a leader. That word, fearless leader. Yes, that is possible. Which means, let me finish. Which means you need a leader that is a disciplinarian, someone who can stand firm. This is my position. This is what I want, and that is it. A leader that cannot be a leader that is not compromised. That is it. A dictator. What we have in Nigeria now is dictatorship. So if we are
no. What we have in Nigeria now is not where I'm going. That is a bad dictator. My stand is different. Where you are referencing, you are driving to the bad dictator now. All those ones are satanic people. I'm talking about, is there anything like good dictator for? Okay,
yes, Gaddafi's example.
Yeah, Oh, you said what?
Muammar Gaddafi's example. He dictates and make good.
Gaddafi is not a dictator. Gaddafi
It was a dictator,
national.
sir.
No, he was a nationalist. See, when you're talking of good dictator, it is you can unless you want to give it another name, good dictator.
Okay.
What
No,
you will
okay.
have,
Let me expatiate.
Yeah.
What I'm looking for, I believe the only way Nigeria can work, we need a dictator that will come in because of the people. But the dictator will capture everything in Nigeria. You understand?
Elvis, let me help you out.
Okay.
Sir,
you're talking about
when we say
people,
dictator, military are the dictator,
Okay,
people.
what I mean, what I'm trying to say, let me quickly finish.
Okay.
That dictator will come in and dissolve everything, including judiciary, dissolve every single thing.
So what you're looking for is people-oriented dictator, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You understand? This dictator will dissolve every single thing. It's just like, because if you come in as a good leader, as a president, you are still going to have a big problem with the Senate, right? As of the senators or the judiciary, with the kind of decision you'll be taking, you're going to face some issues. Am I lying?
Even our brother in Ghana, Rawlings was a dictator.
Okay, that's a good dictator, right? That's what I'm saying. Because I'm asking.
Dictator, even that good dictator in Nigeria that you are kind of alluding to, a good dictator cannot work. It will not need a national assembly to work.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm looking for. A good dictator that doesn't need judiciary, doesn't need anything. He will just be taking decision from Aso Rock on his own. But at the end, the people of the country, everybody will be celebrating that they love this man.
Is it possible? That's no longer democracy then.
No, but you don't need democracy now. That's what I'm saying now. You don't need don't remove anything that will be an hindrance, democracy, demo father, demo sister, remove all of them.
Ivory Coast is example now. Ivory Coast is example. Ivory Coast is example of our time now, not even
I just need
of our time, present time.
This democracy, demo this or demo that. No, those are attached. Those are attached.
The problem is that
that South
people
Korean
we have.
president, is it that type you want? That South Korea, that short guy.
North Korea.
Yeah. Is it that type?
You know why? Yes.
No. Those ones are Gestapo. They take people and they buy them underground.
No. It's not a good. That one is not a good dictator.
That's what you have in North Korea.
I'm talking about good dictator, not the one with the buy people. The good dictator
not that, because what is the name? Burkina Faso. Muhammad Taure.
Let me take this call. Let me take this call. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris, for calling in. Please talk to us. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Nandawas. Good evening, everybody in the panel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for calling late, but the discussion is very interesting, and I decided to call in. My name is Chris, and I'm calling from Dublin. Well, I understand the passion of everybody for a united Nigeria, for a divided Nigeria, or for whatever we stand for. But I think from the last election, it ought to be clear to all of us and from the events that are going on, that Nigeria, what we call Nigeria, is strictly for some group of people. And the rest of us that want to pursue this cause, one Nigeria, we have to understand that we are ever going to remain a second-class citizen. The issues are very clear. Now, if the powers that be, if they cannot respect the authority of the Supreme Court, who else are they going to respect? Now, we need to understand what our law says. And because 2 or 3 days ago, I was listening, we are talking about the next election. I think we are not looking at the elephant in the room. Because the elephant in the room is that the people that be, the power that be, they are never going to allow a free and fair election. It is this last election that's the freest, that's the closest they will ever allow us to get to. Because our law says that once INEC declares any result, that result is final unless it is turned upside down by a competent court of law. And who holds the judiciary if not the people in power?
All right.
Now, you listen carefully to what our chairman said the other day, that the way it is now, the Labour Party candidate in the National Assembly, they are not talking because they have cases in courts. So what does that even mean? It means that the judiciary can be used to intimidate any person at any point in time. That is exactly what it means. If you look at it in the other way, we are supposed to be happy that we have a case in courts, the courts that are supposed to protect us. But we are taking it the other way. We are even afraid because we have a case in court, because our people in the House of Assembly have cases in court. That is why they cannot talk. So in a country where your judiciary cannot protect you, so who else is going to protect you? If we think these guys are just going to fold their hands and wait for the next election to happen and everything will be free and fair, we are all wasting time. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for taking too much of your time.
God
Thank
bless
you
you,
for
sir.
picking my call.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Chris. Thank you. All right, my people. Yes, I can see from Black Panther saying that we cannot have. There's nothing like a good dictator or not. That's it's a question I'm asking. You know, if we can get a good dictator that will dissolve every single thing that is functioning in Nigeria, then and start afresh. You know, a good dictator that will just carry all the past leaders, including this present one, put all of them inside underground jail. A good dictator.
Mr.
Yes.
Ives, let me add to my answer. You know, but that question that you ask is a very critical question, and what can lead someone to even think, you know, of asking that question is a situation where one is getting even frustrated, where you don't even know what to do anymore. In Nigeria, the people, you see, for someone to be a leader, you must know the reason for power. What is the purpose of obtaining power in the first place? What do you use power for? And Datti answered that yesterday, even more than anybody could. These people, a leader, we need a leader that know the purpose and the use of power. You don't get power because you want to steal. You don't get power because you want to buy 160 million naira car for people. You don't use the power because you want to buy a 5 million naira yacht. You don't use that. You see, that's not power. You use the power. That's the person that we need. People that know the use of power, who know what to use power for.
Anyway, if we want to go through that path, you know, we might still wait for long. Me, I'm just talking about urgency. In urgency. You they feel my language. Urgency, a good dictator. In case when I say, you know, they make una create one. More they see bad dictator and good dictator. The good dictator will be dissolving. Remember the way Abacha dissolve. I'm not saying that military be that. Now make me no one reference to that one. Is me no one year military. You know, dissolve. Yekoriomo dissolve. Dissolve.
If you get that kind of leader, they will need more land to build prison in Nigeria. In fact, they will need land to build a lot of prisons.
Now you are getting what I'm saying. You know, your face start to build underground prison, they full everywhere they go. Then you can't go build cinema, open glass cinema, any politician where they cash with corruption, they'll go to put them for that glass house cinema. So if foreigners go, they come they use money, they watch them. They go only wear buluku, they not go wear shirt. That their baby belly go show. Though they side glass.
After go bring more money come now. Go bring more money to Nigeria.
You generate more money now. People will be paying to come to that museum. Come they watch convicted Nigerian politicians who stole money. They will be there. Go they watch there. You go carry your children weekend. Go there. You say, my daughter, this one. So his name is called Abdullahi. He stole $1 billion naira. You look the other one and say, this one is Yakubu. He stole. Your people, oh, that is it. Yes, he did. He did. So they'll go, they look there with their big belly. Now let Buluku that they wear. That Buluku way go can't tie and go be like Pampas. Can't tie him for back. Can't tie him. Now let that one. Now they wear. Oh God.
Lawo be say you get me one lawo.
In fact. Oh God.
These are the kind of dictator me they talk. No, I don't get what they talk. I need a good dictator that will come in for the people. Then he will be against the corrupt leaders. That's all. Then the people will be rejoicing why the satanic leaders that have impoverished us all these decades will be in pains. That is it. That is all. Nothing less, nothing less. That's all. That's all. I am not asking for much. Is that too much to ask for? Is that too much?
Now, Mr. Arowola Yakubu could be number one. Go decade them.
He cannot even be number one. If you don't get good dictator, mama, now then you will come know, say, people will be number one. They all sit down for their house. They agree. Them and their grandchildren are enjoying our resources. You the thing on Yakubu because Yakubu.
They drink fura they know right now. They just lie down there.
They even they watch us now that they laugh. They say all these children that they say all these stupid children. What is this saying?
I beg you. What lawo?
He will say, he will call his daughter, he will say, come and tune into that channel they call nine. What's the name again? The daughter said, that is Nigeria Watch. Turn it there. They will tell you, say, look at this idiot. What are they saying? What are they saying there? What are they? Do you know their location? Kai, these people are intoxicated with power. That make them the vex. Nobody can talk to them. Nobody can question them. If you do, the next thing is to get you and lock you up. Just for you. In fact, Nigeria is finished though. Yes. I make me tell myself now better Nigeria they fight for. But we cannot have better Nigeria under these satanic people. Now, so Tinubu, you do 4 years ago, you're complete boza. Nigeria remain the way it is. See, a person way me way for Nigeria by now. Supposed to
get. Go reach 8 years. We go reach 8 years with Tinubu. Let's not take it.
No, I don't want
to go take care of himself.
I don't want to speak. Use my mouth to speak over 8 years because everybody have power in their tongue. It's not my wish for Tinubu to be there for 8 years, so I don't want to speak that. You know, constitutionally, he can only be there for 4 years. Then I recontest again. So let's say it according to the Constitution.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, now here now go draw the curtain. It's good to have you all. We talk here every day. We learn from each other's. You know, I hope somehow, someday, in our time though, even though I know Nigeria will certainly be better, but when? It might not be your time. But by the special grace of God, let it be in our time. Meanwhile, I experience Sam. I want to experience Sam. As I go to Dubai that day, I say everywhere, I say Jesus. I want to experience. I know say no come they argue with me here. Say I just want Nigeria to be in Dubai overnight. And that's not what I'm saying. Give us 10% of Dubai. 10%. Just 10%. I'm not greedy. I'm not greedy asking for just 10%. Give me 10% of Dubai. You know, in 4 years, you can give us 10% of Dubai in Nigeria. You can. Number one, give us permanent lights. You guys can do this because you guys are satanically affiliated with satanic people that is producing generator and gaining or profiting from the suffering we are suffering in darkness. You guys don't want to give us light. Not that giving light to Nigeria is difficult. They don't just want to do it. They deliberately don't want to do it. Not that to do it is a problem. Give us permanent light. Give us security. Take us back to the old days where at this kind of time you can still be strolling on the street without no fear of anything. As I talked to Una, so if I end this broadcast now, I think go my street now, go run. Yes, Sometimes around 12, 1, I'd go to do jogging for street for UK here. Around 12 or 1, I jog. That's why I just feel sometimes, okay, let me just go jog before I come back and shower and before I sleep. Can you dare do that in Nigeria? Give us security. What we are asking for is not that much. Give us permanent lights. Business are not working in Nigeria because of generator. Everything is terrible in our own country. It's terrible.
Where you go jog for Nigeria now? Where road not the park, not the around. Where you go jog? I beg.
It is well. I greet to my people. Thank you very much, everybody that spent time with us today. May God bless you all. You guys managed to drag me to 5 hours, 3 hours. I'm still looking forward the day where I go achieve my 3 hours. 3 hours. Before I come on air, I'll say that 3 hours I want to stay.
When Peter Obi become the president.
No, guys.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
Sometimes I'll just plan, I'll say at least maximum 3 hours. When I go drag and then you can see a shook or God shook so big boys will come at late minute. You can see Black Panther will come past window enter house. You go if Emmanuel come God.
No.
Exactly, Oga see him. Oga see him go Oga see him they break rules anyhow. You say as I talk and so say my people, all right, no, they go your gas go your land. What be all this? I bet make I go come and down before you go really land. But I'm not go use my mouth to go call out there and call the regret. My people, I appreciate every one of you who's calling in. No, you can't call in this time. It's too late now. Oga, go and sleep. It's time to sleep.
You know, CM be that too.
No, I'm not a pick call again this time, my people. Well, I love us. You know, go to bed. Go to bed. It's time to sleep. That's what Madam. That you see, they don't they attack me again this time. If I don't say we don't close, why are you attacking us this time? Hey, all this enemy. What is all this? See them, they don't come again. See enemies everywhere. See, I don't see everywhere. They're black. I don't know what I want to see for that side. See. We don't worry. We have a way. Do you want to pursue me? They go now. So when they show me which I'll take the counter on. I'm not worry. Now God go the punish on one by one. You know. I appreciate every one of you, my people. We've come to the end of this broadcast. Please help us to press on the like button before you leave. Help us to share as well. And God bless you, my people. Thank you. Let me quickly 1 minute. Let me quickly acknowledge those of you that are still on the panel with me here. You know, Mr. Jonathan Kingsley and Madam Ahmed Bright, Oga F. Emmanuel, thank you so much. Mr. Chooks Obibweze, thank you very much earlier on. Thank you so much. Everybody that came in, Madam Rita and Co. I appreciate every one of you, Madam Edith as well, Madam Patricia, and many others that were here. Thank you so much. And God will bless you now. And those of you that supported the channel today. I would like to appreciate Dr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you very much. Patricia Osariti Enofe, thank you very much. And Obi Oshuko, thank you very much. May God bless you all, my people. I appreciate you all. I would like to quickly appreciate the people right there that called into this show today. May God bless every one of you. Thank you very much, Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora. I appreciate you, Mommy. Thank you so much. Tony South, thank you so much. Appreciate you all. Peggy Modi, thank you. Jesus is my father. Thank you so much. Michael Organemaro, and many others. Stella Imasevedo, thank you. Tony Africa, thank you, my wonderful people. Yes, we come to the end of this broadcast. Now go join the culture. I want you guys to understand that we are not perfect on this panel. Anytime I offend you, make una quit, they forgive me. If my panelists offend you, una quit, they forgive them. Sometimes when it's heated, we argue here, but we don't mean it. We don't keep it at heart to hurt anybody. We are just here crying for a better Nigeria. So sometimes it gets heated. Everybody argue on this, but don't take it personal. If you take it personal, it's not nice. That means you never actually met, to advocate. I don't know. I don't want to offend anybody. I'll leave it there. But please forgive easily. Forgive easily so that we can manage ourselves and move on. That's what we're doing. Appreciate you all. Adama82. Thank you so much. God bless you all, my people. Help us to press on the like button and share. Now, now we'll draw the curtain. It's been a long day. I'll join you guys again tomorrow by 6 p.m. by the special grace of Almighty God. And let us continue to talk about the things that's affecting you and I. Have a good day.